always. Yellow canary. We expand minds, expand. We document systems, everything called on record.
Love y'all, but y'all work my damn nerves. Now, friends, I know y'all ain't coming here just to lurk. I see y'all in the comment section yapping. Go ahead and get to the damn tapping. Share it alive. Why don't you come on and subscribe and join the Peep Squad already? Love y'all, but y'all work my damn nerves.
Well, listen, Wagwan, I had to leave yesterday. The conversation it got too much for me. Uh, I wanted the top. What was the topic from yesterday? What was the first thing on this thing from yesterday? Fuck's sake, man. Yeah, I was like, this enough for me. Shit. The backside conversation. Yeah, no, the Tun Tun conversation was fine. The backside conversation, like you lot are enjoying this shit. Um, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I love that for you. It's not even that. Like, it's not that. It's like two things. One, it's fishy. Two, the level of enjoyment that you get from having the conversation also makes it sus. And I'm like, yeah, need to run away from this shit. I can tell. Oh, okay. Okay. No, no, okay, but you see the top one, yeah. I will admit that it's true to some capacity, depending on who she's sleeping with. And I think women believe the same thing about men that sleep with the suspect women as well. But anyway, yeah. Okay, no. See, again, this is I understand what you're saying, but it depends on the demographic of people you're talking to. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We can talk about this. Uh, I I'm gonna leave the bottom two. I don't know about the bottom two. Good luck to the bottom two. As far as like the boys need a father, like clearly no, it's not like a necessary requirement. It's ideal in the vast majority of situations in my head. Oh, you can find lots of examples of somebody like that lacked a father figure who didn't develop a sense of self-direction, and then it becomes quite toxic. Like that is an established thing. Like not even amongst just the people that want to chat shit, but like even in psychology, like people waiting for a father figure and not having that, and then not seeing an example of what like a healthy relationship looks like from a guy's point of view, and then yeah, yeah, but like this conversation, when people are having it, they're leaning towards a positive reference anyway. When they're saying all of this, they're saying all of it assuming that it's positive. Because otherwise, there's no point in having the conversation. Because the entire point is that okay, what are we calling good people? What are we calling good people? No, what are we calling good people? Like, what's the cutoff point? What, like drive or ambition? Ambition. Okay, cool. Okay. Most people have good. No, I don't think that's most people. I don't think that's most people. I think that's the vocal people. So put it this way: if people are having positive experiences, they tend to not talk about it. If people are having dramatic or negative experiences, they tend to be more vocal about it, especially if they want something fixed. Hey, Jordan. Oh wait, what's your YouTube? Yellow. Okay. Wait, I can't hear you on YouTube. Yeah, you. I can't hear you. I can hear me though. Yeah.
Okay, what about now? Can you hear me on YouTube now? There's like a 10-second delay.
Once I'll tell you when it comes. Um, I wonder. Yeah. I think I can.
You can hear me on YouTube now?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, you're
Okay,
good now.
cool. Cool, cool, cool. Thank you very much. Because I was trying to tinker with the audio yesterday, because yesterday what happened is the audio was perfect on YouTube, like crystal clear on YouTube, and over here I sounded like a robot. So I was, because so there's like all these different mics and where the sound is feeding from, because it's here and then it's trailing over to OBS and then it's going from OBS and trailing over to YouTube. So by the time it got to YouTube, the audio was crystal clear, but it was like double miking over here. So it was just kind of rough figuring out. I should really take a screenshot of exactly how I have the settings right now since this is
Yes,
perfect.
yeah, take it. Like, trust me, I've been through this dog shit process.
Yeah. And that's also why there is a, all right, hold on. Let me take a picture real quick. He says, "Take it. Do it." Because it's definitely a pain. And then it was also like it was doing like a double, like I was hearing it in my ears double. Oh, it was a mess. But, whatever. We finally got it up and running. You know that I've been trying to get myself being able to stream onto YouTube simultaneously, like forever and ever and ever. So, all right, we've got somebody up here. Welcome up. Walk
Hi,
the walk,
good day
talk the
to
talk.
you.
Hi, good day. If we could just get your age for TikTok, or approximate age is
I'm
fine.
66 years old.
Okay, wonderful. Is there a particular prompt you want to address?
All of them.
Go right on ahead, dear. You've got it.
Um, Women are better off with women. And I would just like to say to that is that who am I to judge? I mean, I think, we would be better off if people just let others live their life. And as long as it's not harming children, or harming anybody else, hey, have at it. So for
Well, that
those
would be
who,
a very interesting topic, wouldn't it? Right? Why don't we, all, like, no one have an opinion? Now, what will we talk about?
Well, the thing about it is that let me put it to you like this. Am I you know, have my way I feel about that. But what I'm saying to you is that I don't have a right to force how I feel about it, or even I don't even well, I do have a right. I don't
Hey,
want to speak it out loud because it's not my business. People can do whatever they want as long as they're not harming other people. And if I don't like it, I have no right to spew out anything on these people, or try to harm them because I don't like what they're doing.
do you
I
feel
have,
like this topic is spewing something on someone?
oh no, that's not what I'm just telling you about me. I keep on saying me. I have, if whatever I feel about, let's just put it like this, whatever I feel about it, I'm not going to force it up on the very people that want to be, think that they're better off with women. Hey, live and let live. And so, because that's just like if I don't like a person and then I think I have a right to abuse them because I don't like them. No, I do not have a right to abuse anybody just because I don't like them. And so that's basically what I'm saying. If I don't like it, I'm just gonna zip it. But if you gonna, if not you, but if somebody that is, like, um, doing the woman on woman thing and I don't like it, but yet and still you don't know I don't like it, but then you gonna come at me and you gonna start stereotyping me and calling me a bunch of names and abusing my character, it's on the crack. And then you gonna know how I really feel about you. But in the meantime, I'm keeping my mouth shut and let you live your life. And if I do interact with you, I'm still not gonna disrespect you. And then the next one where it says,
No, let's sit right here for a second because
oh,
you said a lot of trying not to say anything, right? You said
I
so.
said
Why
a
don't
lot,
you
lot.
said a lot of not trying to say something, right? A lot of what you just said was a whole lot of not trying to say something. So go ahead and say to something that you want to say.
Well, you know what? No, because I'm not going to sit up here and give how I feel about it when I
Then why
think
did
I'm
you
going
come up here if you don't want to give what you wanted to
because
say about it?
no,
No, I'm
I'm just
asking you,
saying.
what is the point of jumping in the queue to
I
say what
jumped
I
in the
want to
queue.
say is that I'm not going to say what I want to say?
No, I
Jump in the
came
queue
up
and
here.
say what you want to say. Why would you jump
I
in the queue
came
and
up
say,
here to
I'm not going to
say.
say what I want to say? Then what are you
I
doing
came.
here?
I came up here to say that women that decide that that's what they want to do, be with other women, they have that right. I have no right to abuse them or to spew out how I feel about it. That's
This
what I
isn't
came
even
up here
about.
to say.
So let me ask you this. Do you think that this prompt has to be about fucking?
I'm talking, okay, you know what? The thing about it is that my mind did not
Go
go
straight to
to
fucking.
straight to effing. It just, my mind went to, like, okay, it is a broad topic. It's a general statement, and everybody gonna come up here with their perspective and perceptions, and hey, it's not made clear. It just says women are better off with women.
And your mind
Okay,
went
so
straight to fucking.
I went straight. No, I just went straight to the rainbow community. It did not
That's
go straight
interesting.
to that. It did not go straight to effing. I'm just saying that people have a right to whatever way you want to be. Like, for example, they got women that don't like to do nothing but hang out with other women. Okay, and they don't like hanging out with men. Well, I'm the opposite.
Lord,
Ever since junior high school,
don't
I
pick
always
me.
like hanging out with the guys. Okay, but just because you want to hang out with nothing but the girls, that's your thing, you
Lord,
know. And if you think you better off
don't
to
pick
be
me.
that way, then who am I to condemn you for that?
Lord, don't pick me.
Ma'am,
Okay, well, I see you want more than 50 people to show up in your room, and you want to be on some stupid shit. So bye.
bye. I wonder if you think the show stops because you left. I wonder if you think that. The queue is open for anybody. The queue is wide open for anybody. Friendlies, men, women, whoever. Um, Let me go ahead and let Gertrude talk to y'all for a second.
Now, friends, I know y'all ain't coming here just to lurk. I see y'all in the comment section yapping. Go ahead and get to the damn tapping. Share it alive. Why don't you come on and subscribe and join the Peep Squad already? Love y'all, but y'all work my damn nerves.
Oh, Lord. Okay. I find it interesting that when we have a topic that doesn't necessarily have to even be about romantic relationships, y'all jump straight to the fucking. It must be about who you're fucking. It must be about the fucking. It doesn't necessarily even have to be about that, right? It could absolutely just be about, are you safer? Who are you safer with? Right? Who are you safer with? Are you safer with men or are you safer with women? It could be about how money is managed. You might be better off with women. It could be about the fucking. It could be about relationships. It could be about who you live with. It could be about who you trust. Right? Because let's be honest, men, yeah. And why you didn't just say I'm homophobic? Why didn't you just go right on ahead and say it? This is the thing about y'all homophobic people that I can't fucking stand, right? Let me tell you something. I can't stand MAGA, but one thing I will grant to MAGA is they just go ahead and let their hate be known. You know what I'm saying? Just go ahead and let your hate be known. You're a fucking homophobic. You're a homophobic bitch, and you want to hide it because you know it looks bad, right? You want to hide it because you know it sounds bad. Look, you could have came up here and been like, I don't know about if women are better off with women. I've had some really good experiences with men myself, right? That's what you could have said, but that's not what you wanted to say. You were like, oh, well, who am I to say anything to them if that's what they want to do? But if they want to say what it is that they want to say, then I'm going to say what it is that I need to say, because then I'm going to show who I really am. Bitch, show yourself. Show your fucking self. And honestly, the saddest thing, and I know that there's plenty of them, the saddest thing is a homophobic black woman. Because haven't you experienced enough oppression, enough racism, enough sexism for you to say, you know what, I'm not going to do that shit to other people? Like, how much do you need? How much of it do you need before you develop empathy for other people? Right? And the truth of the matter is, with women like you're up here disproving the prompt. Because I wouldn't necessarily be better off with a woman like you around. That's for damn sure. She said, I see you want to have more than 50 people in your room. Ma'am, we do more than 50 people in the room all the time. If I went the whole day and we only got 50 people in the room, it was a bad day on live. Right? It's yes, because she votes that opinion. She refuses to openly voice. Exactly. All right, we got J-Rock coming up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, mostly ladies more than the gentlemen. I do have a man on the panel, so we're resuming the let the men talk kind of situation. The only ways for you ladies to come up, you'd have to send the boxing gloves if you want to do 5 minutes to talk to the person on panel. Other than that, I'm gonna try my best to mostly keep men on the panel. Welcome up, J-Rock. If you could give us your age, please, sir.
Yeah, 40.
Okay, and you're okay with the rules? There's only you up here, so you can go a little longer than 2 minutes if you need to. If we get other people up here, then I ask you guys to try to stay within 2 minutes so that nobody hogs the mic. No over talking, no personal attacks, and no personal stories. We're not interested in your life.
All right.
Okay? Which one of the prompts would you like to talk about?
I would like to talk about women are better off with women.
Sure. Wonderful choice. Tell me what you think. Agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Sure. Tell me why.
I disagree because it's two of the same genders, first of all. And the issue here is that if women with other women, there's a lot of confusion, a lot of issues. We got a lot of problems. There's no real definitive leader. women by nature are, self-interest only, so it kind of is a clash to have two people who are focused only on their self-interest, right? So you don't really have any teamwork, you don't have any cooperation. The opposite gender fares much better with women because they can reflect each other. It's a duality that works basically. When women are with women, it seems like there's a lot of competition to be the top woman here, and because they are in constant competition, they can't work together, they can't cooperate, and they can't make decisions. So that's also another reason why women are not better off with women, because it's too much confusion, there's no direction at all. And yeah, I land there.
Okay, so I wrote down a couple of the things that you said. So let's go through them point by point. You said the problem is that there's two of the same gender. Well, I don't know how that affects one way or the other. I mean, that's kind of self-evident when you get into a same gender relationship, that there'll be two of you from the same gender, and you already accept that, right? Or prefer it on purpose. Right? Next is you said that there'd be issues. I'm asking you, are there no issues in heterosexual relationships? Are heterosexual relationships free of issues?
Oh no, they're not
Okay, so
free
there's
of
issues
issues.
in heterosexual relationships. There's issues in homosexuality relationships. So to me, that's kind of like null and void.
Yeah, but there's different types of issues.
So
Like
what?
for
If
example,
you got issues, we got issues, lesbians got issues, gay men got issues, trans people got issues, and all the mixtures of however you want to do it, everybody's got issues. So pointing out that women that are in a same woman relationship have issues is irrelevant, because whenever you put a human with another human that are both adults, they're going to have issues.
yeah, yeah, for sure. But you're
Okay, so
you're
let's
you're
nix
saying,
that one out as neutral.
well,
Next,
well,
no
technically,
defined leader. Right? Next is no defined leader. So let me tell you about the beauty of the same sex relationship. The beauty of the same sex relationship is anybody can be the leader, and each individual relationship can make the decision on how that goes. Now, I want everybody to take a listen to me and listen to me fully and listen to me well, so that you understand what I'm trying to say. Because if I'm not careful, you will misunderstand what I'm saying. Okay? Do not jump in when I'm saying it, because I need to complete the thought before everybody can understand what I'm getting at. There is nothing wrong with submission. The issue with submission is, what are you submitting to? You should never submit to a person. You should only submit to ideas, and yeah, you should submit to ideas and plans, right? So, meaning, if I and my partner are trying to make a decision about something and they come up with a better idea, I can submit to their idea. I'm not submitting to them. I'm submitting to the smarter idea. Don't submit to human beings, because human beings are not always right. Human beings don't always have the better option. So if you submit to the idea, like, hey, listen, I've got a plan. Let me put it forth. These are the things that I want to do. I can say, you know what? You got 4 points on the plan. I'm submitting to 3 of them. The fourth one, let's talk about it, because if you do this, then that might happen. If you do this, when that don't happen, that blah, 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 blah. And they'll say to me, you know what? I submit to your tweaks of plan number 4, right? So don't submit to people. Submit to their ideas. And then I'll say this to men: if you want to be submitted to, make sure that you're consistently the one with the best idea. If you're consistently the one with the best idea, you're going to get submitted to more often than not. Right? But the problem is that men expect that whether they have the good idea or the bad idea, the good move or the bad move, the good goal or the bad goal, that it should be submitted to simply because the man is the one that said it, and that's stupid. So submit. Submit to good ideas. Submit to good plans. Submit to good decisions. Don't submit to a human, because humans are flawed. Even your man. right? Even your man is flawed. So submitting to a person so that no matter what they say is how it goes, even when it's dumb, even when it's wrong, even when it's treacherous, even when it's dangerous, is stupid. Right? So with this no defined leader business, what you find in women with women relationships is that they are more likely to submit to ideas and goals, not to each other. Now, if you think of submission in the way of being catering, now baby, can't nobody cater like how a woman can cater, and I want some of that. Can't nobody cater the way that a woman can cater, and I want some of that. A woman will think about your lunch for tomorrow, and it's still today. A woman will think about you not feeling well and get all the things that you need. A woman will notice your hard day, your hard work, your efforts. Why shouldn't I have some of that? Because I'm a woman, I don't deserve the nice things that women give?
Really, it's because technically, you know, you don't need that. You know what I'm
I
saying? You don't
do.
need that.
I do need that.
I mean, you
I do. I
technically,
need that. Listen, women in the comments, do you need that? If you were to be in a relationship, do you need the things that they say women are supposed to give? Right? If you're going to be in a relationship, do you need the things that they say women are supposed to give? The kindness, the loving, the nurturing, the right word at the right time, learning how to help you cope. Not just coping, not just helping you cope, but learning how you need me to help you cope. Right? These are the things that women do inside of relationships. See, it's not like, I don't necessarily like for somebody to tell me everything is going to be okay when things are falling apart in my life. I don't like it. Don't tell me everything is going to be okay. Because if you tell me everything is going to be okay, I'm going to take a spliff and sit on my front porch and not do shit because everything is going to be okay. Don't tell me everything is going to be okay. Support me in the hustle that I'm doing to make things be okay. That's going to keep me in line. That's going to keep me focused. Don't tell me everything is going to be okay. But a lot of people like to be told everything is going to be okay. Right? But my woman would learn that everything is going to be okay is not the sentence for me. The sentence for me is, girl, what you do today? What did you do today towards fixing your problem? Do you still have any problems that you haven't figured out how to tackle? Let's sit down and tackle them together. I've got some ideas, right? Listen, do you want me to hang out with you while you apply for jobs? Do you want me to hang out with you while you do your budget? Hey, listen, I see that you've been at that computer trying to figure out your social media thing for hours. I brought you a cup of coffee. Right? I see that you're studying and you've been up for hours. Do you want a cup of coffee? Right? Do you want something to eat? Do you want a sandwich? I see you've been at it for hours and you didn't eat nothing, baby. Do you want something? See, that's how I like to be supported. And a woman, not a man, a woman is going to see those things and support me in those ways.
yeah, but you wouldn't need that if you're with the man. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to struggle because you're with the man.
Sir,
Man's doing all of
couples
that.
struggle all the time.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like
Sir,
you're
so
saying,
you're saying heterosexual couples go through financial hardship all the time.
I know,
Okay.
but I'm just saying, like, you're talking about how you need someone to comfort you while you're doing studying and stuff like that. Thing is, you don't need to study. You don't need to do anything.
Sir, I
But
love my outside of TikTok profession. And I would be the one desiring to elevate where I am, which is why I'm studying. Whether I was with a man, woman, dog, whatever, no one at all, I still would want to elevate in my profession because I love my profession.
yeah, you could do that like that. You could do that. But I'm just saying,
Okay. So I still would have to study even if a nigga was fucking me. You
no,
think that
I
you
know,
get the right answers to the test during doggy style?
No, I'm just saying that the fact that you are trying to take on this extra work,
It's not
it's
extra.
unnecessary for you. You don't
Sir,
need it.
it would
You don't,
not be extra. It would be my goal, right? It would be my goal.
so your goal is, you're saying your
Yeah,
goal is
like
to
I
be
want to get my
educated.
master's degree, right? I want to get my master's degree, right? A perfect partner would be asking me, did I apply to schools today? Did I figure out the tuition? Did I fill out my FAFSA? A perfect partner for me would be asking me about, like, double checking on what my status is on my goals. Because a perfect partner for me wants to see me thrive, wants to see me happy, wants to see me in the spaces that bring me joy outside of just them. And men have a way of believing that our joy is supporting your joy. That's not true.
So you want to go to school and learn and get a master's.
Sure, yeah.
So you want to take on this struggle.
It's not a struggle, it's an
I mean,
elevation.
in what way?
What are you talking about?
I mean, you saying you're getting your master's, right? Like what are
I
you
would like
trying
to
to
get my master's. I don't think that that's a struggle. That's a me elevating myself. I don't have to do it. My my job, my job as it stands is a six-figure career, right? I don't have to. I don't have to. I want to.
Yeah, yeah, I know you want to, right? But what I'm trying to say is this. If a woman is with a successful man in a successful relationship, she can now focus on things that she doesn't need, like those types of things, like trying to get a master's and stuff like that. She doesn't really need to worry about that because, of
It's
course,
not
you
about
need to get.
worrying about it, sir. It's what I want to do. I only have one life. When I die, I don't get to hit restart. So everything that I want to be able to accomplish in this world, I need to work on accomplishing those things. Because one day I'm going to die and my opportunities to do those things will be gone. There is an effect on this world that I want to make.
So you want to waste.
There is a stamp on life that I want to make. There are places in this world that I want to make a difference.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I understand. So you want to take the time out of your daily life to sit in a school and learn to get a master's, so you can
Yes.
change the world and stuff like that.
I'm not going to be able to change the world, but I'm going to be able to touch a couple of lives. I'm not going to be able to change the world. What the hell?
Can I ask him a question real
You
quick?
may.
Is that okay?
You may.
So J Rock, so if the woman in question that you're talking about, if her goal is to pursue her master's degree, you're saying no, she don't have to do that. What else do you expect her to do in her time? Like what else? Like I'm confused. If she wants to do that, and you're saying no, no, she don't have to. Like what are you expecting her to do in that time?
Well, she could do the easier job and support the husband. I mean, that's the
See?
easier
That's what it
job.
is.
That's
You know,
so.
That's what it is. First of
Well,
all,
and
supporting men is not easy work. Let's start there. You guys are not easy to support. You're moody as fuck and possibly violent when you're angry, and your moods make you angry sometimes. Right? Right? You guys are constantly on the woe is me, boo hoo me. Like, very few men exist in positivity. That's why you guys need women in your lives to inject positivity. You guys are not peaceful motherfuckers. That's why you say things like, a woman needs to be my peace. The woman needs to be your peace because you ain't got no peace of your own. Right? You come unpeaceful, hoping that a woman would bring peace to your unpeaceful ass life. And let me tell you about bringing peace to somebody. If you are actually capable and you effectively bring peace to somebody, it is not that you take some of your peace and share it with them. It's an exchange. Right? Which means that I'm going to give you my peace and I'm going to get your misery. We're going to flip. So now I'm going to be miserable and you're going to be peaceful. That's why you guys are like vampires, like succubus, right? That are literally trying to suck the peace and joy out of women so that you can have some, because you don't come with any of your own. Because the work and the labor that it takes in order to sit in the quiet and chill and find your peaceful place, and the work that it takes to see the world in a positive outlook, y'all don't want to do it. You'd rather just go to work and bring home a paycheck and be angry, right? And then find a woman that you can swap with, that you can take her peace, you can take her joy, and she can take your fucking misery when you get home. Y'all think that a beautiful life is you coming home to some woman that's going to pull your slippers out and you sit down in your Archie Bunker chair in 2026, watch TV while she runs around the house getting fucking food for you, putting on a plate for you. Right? And by the way, plating man's food was never about serving him. It was about the woman being the one to regulate who can eat how much. By the way, y'all get so excited about plating. And let me say this again for the people in the back. Plating a man's food was never about respecting him. It was about lack of resources and a lack of enough food for the entire family. So the woman was in charge of allocating how much food everyone could have so that everybody could have food. The man could not be trusted to go to the pot and pull his own food because there wouldn't be enough for the children. I'm going to say it again. A man could not be trusted to go to the pot and pull his own food because he would not leave enough for the children. And so the woman was tasked with divvying up the food so that everybody could eat. It was never about trusting you. It was never about respecting you. It was never about loving you.
If I may say something.
Go ahead.
The reason why I asked that question, because I'm always confused at this certain part. It always seems to circle around this part. Why does what a woman wants to do, right? She says she want to go get her master's degree to elevate herself on her own volition, right? On her own successful journey. How does that take away from supporting
What is she
the
elevating
husband?
herself? What is she elevating herself for? You know,
Because
men
she
do
wants
everything.
to.
Men are do,
Yeah,
men are doing
just
it.
like she would be doing anything else during that time period, right? Because she's not monitoring you 24/7 for your desire. She could be doing anything else, watching TV or something. During that time, she could be doing her master's degree, right? So my question is like, why is that? Why does she have to support you 24/7? Like, I'm confused at that
No,
part.
the problem is this. Like, if she's saying that she wants to go do her master's, why? What do you, as a woman, need a master's for?
It's
You don't need a
some people do
master's.
it knowledge for the sake of knowledge.
So
That's
then
the
read a
joy
book.
to some people.
Then read a book. Read a
Why
book.
would they have? Why is it up to you to determine
No,
what sort of mechanisms they need to get that education that they want to further
no,
themselves
because the
in?
thing is this. The thing is this. She wants to get a master's, right? She wants to focus on one specific learning where she could get it simply by, just reading a book and stuff like that.
I'll
Yet
still be
she
reading
wants to
books in
go through
school.
the struggle, do the submission of a professor and student, and use a master's for what? Absolutely nothing. She's not
For
going
her
to go
own goal.
and teach anybody anything. She's just getting a master's for her own
Wait, how do you know
personal,
she is not going to go and do that?
because men already do that. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's,
The
Women-
job
you're
she
dumb.
All right,
wants.
let's
women
move
do
It's a
along.
Man,
specialty.
please.
She can
Let's
go
move
into a
along from this
specialty
man.
and create a career for herself with the masters. What are you saying, bruh?
Listen, the career that she wants to create, right?
Thank you,
It
Seek, for the
doesn't matter.
gift. I
No one needs
appreciate
her
it
to
so
do the job.
much.
No one's gonna hire her.
No one needs
We
you to
Hold
do
on,
the
don't
John.
job.
Let
No
me
one
chime in
needs
on
you
that,
to do
baby.
the job, bro.
I'm
We
so
don't need
confused.
them
We
in the
don't
job
need
because they don't do the job properly.
women. Don't need men to do the job. What are you
Wait,
saying?
J. Rob, are you a devout Christian?
Hold
Of
on, brother.
course.
Let me tap in on that.
Go ahead.
J.
Okay,
Rock,
wait.
what type
Hold on,
time you
hold
on,
on, hold
man?
on,
Like,
hold on, hold on.
come
One
on,
second.
man.
Hold
How you
on,
not gonna
sir. Are you?
support this woman
Hold on one
trying to
second.
get
Hold
her
on.
degree?
One second, sir. I'm gonna give you the mic, right? For the 3 guys that I didn't actually get to yet, if I could just get your ages, and then I'm gonna give the mic right back over to Nice. All right. So you don't need to give your age. You're here all the time. Nice. I need your age just for TikTok purposes, and Joe, your age just for TikTok purposes, and I'm gonna throw the mic over to Nice. Nice. Go
I'm
ahead.
42 years old.
Okay,
From
and-
Washington, D.C.
Beautiful. And Joe.
45, New Mexico.
Wonderful. Okay. Go ahead. Nice.
All right, man. First, I want to answer the prompt, and then I'm gonna relate to J
So
Rock.
the one that he was on was the women are better off with women, but you can answer, like, just pick one of them so that it doesn't become like a long go. Go ahead.
All right. Men do need, boys do need their fathers.
Okay.
Point blank, period. You know what I mean?
Let's wrap up talking to J Rock with your commentary to J Rock's point, and Joe's commentary to it, and then let's all get in together on the do boys need a father. Okay?
All right.
Okay.
J Rock tripping, man. Like, it seems like J Rock just want to keep a woman at a standstill. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just crazy. Like, how you not gonna support that woman trying to get her masters and everything, but you want a woman to support you and your ventures and everything? That's crazy.
It's because she's not
That's
going to
just
use it
crazy.
for anything. She's not going to use it for anything. You know what I'm saying? A man's going to use the masters for something. A woman is not going to.
What
use the
makes you
masters
think
for
that
anything.
woman not, man? You dig what I'm saying? Like, come on. It ain't, how many paralegals do you know men take? Most of the paralegal jobs, women do. You know what I mean? When you in the courthouse, you know them clerks that type all of them say-sos, everything somebody say. How many men you know do that?
That's just men allowing women to do a job.
So,
Nah,
J-Rock.
man, don't allow a woman to do shit, bruh. You dig what I'm saying?
I mean,
Come on, man. You want some like
Let me ask
possessive
J
type
Rock,
stuff,
if you
man.
woke
Nah,
up,
nah.
if we all woke up tomorrow and there were no women working in the hospital, how do you think the hospital would function?
It would function absolutely well. It would not. There would not be a beat missed.
Really? I'm not
100%.
talking about them being replaced by men, because there aren't enough men educated in nursing, CNA work, phlebotomy, EKG.
Definitely not.
There's not enough men educated in those areas. So if we left it to the amount of men that could fill those positions, and we woke up tomorrow and there were no women in medical care, there were no women in the hospitals, no women in the doctor's offices, no women in the birthing centers, no women in any of those places, it's just men in all of those places, right? Do you think your grandmama who had a heart attack is going to be safe?
100%. Yes.
You just
Yeah, you
bullshit.
tripping, man. How many men out here
It's the facts.
breastfeeding?
Because
too,
you know
bro?
why?
You might as well say
Men
men
are
out here
naturally
breastfeeding,
gifted
bro.
with this ability. They're gifted with the ability of
You're
intelligence.
gifted with
and
disability. Okay, you got it right on that
They're,
one.
Bruh.
they're gifted with the ability to build and create.
You're
things.
being a
So,
troll at this point. You know that
I'm
the
not-
vast
I'm-
majority of
Yeah.
the employees in hospitals are women
Yeah,
across the
because the
board.
men allow that. That's because we.
No,
that's-
because you
that's
don't
what
go
they
get the
want.
education. You want to be in the trades, right? So here's the deal, right? High school boyfriend and girlfriend, they're going off to post-secondary education. The boy's going off to be a CDL driver because in 4 months he could be making money, and the girl goes off to nursing school, right?
Yeah, but if we
So
forced all the men to
so-
do the jobs that
Then
women
who's going
did,
to
they
drive the
would do it.
trucks?
I know, but if we were to say like what you said, if you said, okay, now that there's no women there, all men now.
So
have to
what
do
would
this, do
happen
this.
tomorrow? Tomorrow,
What
we
would
all
happen tomorrow?
Trump and his people, they finally get to make the directive. Women can't work anymore. All women have lost their jobs, right? Okay, tomorrow, you get a heart attack. Are there enough people in the hospital to facilitate your needs?
Yeah,
Stop.
as a man, as long as we got a couple
Okay.
men, we can do it. It just takes a couple men. And the thing is, you don't even need to train them that well. The thing is about men is that they're natural builders.
That's the care you want?
Bruh,
They're
he's
natural
trolling.
builders. You know what I'm saying?
He's
They're
trolling.
naturally intelligent,
Now, to the other gentleman on the panel, do you understand why the prompt says women are better off with women?
Oh, I've been new. Yes.
Do you now understand the prompt when it says women are better off with women? Right?
This dude is trolling, man. He's just talking ignorant. He's just being
I
stupid.
mean, Yellow, I don't agree with that, but in his circumstances, yes.
come down.
Because
to
your man, I mean, he all the
You
way
can't even
lost.
be objective on TikTok now without being called a troll. You know what I'm
J-Rock,
saying?
just get a
Anytime
dog,
you
man.
disagree,
That's not
with
objective.
that's because-
Sir,
that's
you're not
because
being
everything that they're
objective.
saying-
That's
because
First of
everything
all,
that they're
first
saying
of all,
is-
you're
is-
not being objective.
I know,
Right? Because
but
an
what-
objective answer, when we know that something like 85 to 90%, I think it's like 86, 87% of nurses are women, And if tomorrow 86% of the nursing staff was gone, anybody in your family that got sick that day is not safe. They're not.
Well,
If 86% of the nursing staff disappeared, you would not be safe. And it's the same with CNAs. I think the percentage of CNAs that are women are even higher. And let me tell you something, and I'm not a CNA, I'm a registered nurse, right? But a lot of people make it seem like the CNA work isn't important. It is vital. The CNA work is vital, right? Because very often the CNA is the person that the patient sees the most. The CNA is the person that cleans the patient and sees that mark on their butt that nobody else saw because they were washing the patient. They're the first person that's taking their vital signs inside of the hospital. In the nursing home, not always. A lot of times it's the nurse that does the vital signs. In the hospitals, the CNAs also do your blood sugars. They're the first person to be alerted that something is off. A lot of times they're the ones that visit the patients the most. They spend the most amount of time, right? They're very often the first person to notice that the person just doesn't seem like they seemed yesterday. They're like, I went in there and yesterday they were all happy and they knew my name, and today they just cussed me out and called me the wrong name, right? Or said that they didn't know who I was. The first, and in nursing homes, chances are that's a urinary tract infection, which can turn into a bladder infection, which can turn into pyelonephritis, which then is a systemic infection that could take that person out. A lot of times the first person, it's the CNA, right? A lot of times people undervalue what it is that they do. Right?
You're using words he probably don't even understand.
I'm not undervaluing or
let me
anything.
just say this real quick,
If a
Jay.
man
Let me
was
just
to
say
do
this
that
real
job,
quick,
he'd be
Jay.
able to complete
Hold on,
accomplish the job.
Jay, hold on, because you've been on the panel for a minute, bro. So let me explain something to you real quick. So the reason why everybody is saying that you're trolling is because everything that you're saying lacks credibility and lacks substance, right? There is no proof to anything that you're saying. You're just speaking just to speak, and it's all stemming from the toxicity of patriarchy, groupthink, which gets us nowhere, right? And so let me spit some facts for you real quick, bro, because everything that you're saying is this frustrates me, and I'm trying to hold it together, and I'm trying to keep my composure without being disrespectful. But I be feeling like men don't listen unless another nigga come to them disrespectfully, but I'm gonna keep myself together. Now, when it comes to women, statistically, on almost every front, on almost every front, women lead in education, women lead in degrees, women lead in positions, women lead in head of household. I can go on and on and on and on. So to be direct and to be frank, when Miss Yellow asked you what would happen tomorrow if all the CNAs and nurses and everything disappeared from the planet, we're just gonna spread that across the board, right? What would happen if we woke up tomorrow and it was illegal for any woman to hold any position? The economy will crash, the household will crash, everything will fucking crash because 9 times out of 10, men are not head of households, right? Men expect to be taken care of. Men do not deserve the positions they get. They get them because they are men, right? Women come into these roles and then they carry these corporations to exactly where they're supposed to be, but then the men get the credit while the women are underpaid. This is statistically speaking, this is proven. So before you continue to spread all of this, I don't even know what the fuck to call it at this point, but it's just nonsensical bullshit at this point. Bro, spit some shit that's logical, make sure your resources are credible, and knock that shit off, because bruh, you trolling and you don't make sense, and you making not only men look bad, but you making yourself look bad. So if you want to represent men, spit some facts first, bruh.
No, man, dude.
Nah, brother, I want to tap in on that. Just one thing. Hey, my man,
let me get,
you say men are better
Good
off
Trouble's
with
age real quick. Good Trouble, let me just get your age so that I've been fair all the way across the board. Just
I'm 40.
Thank you.
I'm 40.
All right, go ahead. Nice.
All right, let
And
me
then we're
tap
going to
in
check
on
in
this.
with Joe afterwards.
Listen, when it come to the CNA, man, do you know what they actually do? Like, let me ask you this, Rock, are you willing to lift a grown man dick up and wash his balls and his ass and put a diaper on them people?
Listen, many men are willing to do that if it costs.
Are you?
No,
That's
they
not the
not.
question. The question is,
No,
are
they
you?
not.
The
I'm
question is, are
definitely
you?
willing to do that. I'm
Stop steering
definitely
away
willing
from
to do
Come
that.
on,
questions, bro.
man. You
You get asked
evading
questions and you
and
keep
You know how
steering
many
eluding,
away
man.
men
from
Come
them.
carry
on, son.
men? You know
Stick
how
to
many
the
men
question and
carried?
stick to the script.
I'm
Period.
telling you, I would do it. You know how many men carried men on the battlefield
Do
who
you
were
think
who were
you're better at
naked?
it than a woman
Who
is?
what? What?
Listen,
Washing
there's a
balls.
whole
I wash
conversation right
balls.
now about
I'll
men.
wash any.
No, there's a whole conversation right now about men not wanting to wash their own asshole. Okay,
Come
there's a
on,
whole
man. Like, you're
conversation about
being
men not wanting to
ridiculous.
wash their own asshole because when they touch their own asshole, they think they feel gay.
Hey, brother, just
You
one
don't think
today.
men are willing to sacrifice to save another man? You don't think they're not willing to sacrifice their own lives to save another man? You think they care about these type of
Listen, first of all, that's a
meaningless
promise y'all
things?
don't keep. Okay. Do you think? Let me ask you a question, Mr. J Rock. Do you think that a man should sacrifice his life for his woman, his women and children?
He does all the
No,
time.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
What percent of men do? Y'all are always promising to die for somebody, but y'all never get to the dying.
Huh?
You heard me. Y'all are always promising to die for somebody, but you never get to the dying.
So we talking. So what about the wars that happened? They just died for no
Sir,
reason.
listen. Not every man is a soldier. It's less than 10% of the population that are soldiers, right? Y'all are always promising to die for somebody, but y'all never get to the dying.
Oh, wow.
They had
mean,
there
that's
was
just
all of these
misconception.
cases. I would have to look it up now at this point because I used to have it like on point where they had a case where this man, he was a soccer player, right? And I don't know what kind of shit he got himself into, but the peoples came looking for him. Okay? The peoples came looking for him and they showed up at his door. And when they showed up at his door, his wife and children were there. Right? They kidnapped the wife and children and he had hid upstairs in the closet. Case number 2, right? They had another situation. The man hid underneath the fucking bed. Right? Case number 3. This one happened in Haiti, right? The gangs and all of them was running through unaliving people. The woman hid her husband under a pile of clothes, hid her nephew in the closet, and 5 men raped his wife and he listened from under the clothes. Please spare me. Spare me. Right? Because when a dying moment comes, y'all run more often than not. Why? Because y'all are also afraid of men. Y'all are also afraid of men.
And it's not even only dying for real, because the fact of the matter is, when it comes to the protection of women in general, 9 times out of 10, you will not see a black man. Black women protect women.
2 out of 3 of those cases that I'm talking about were black men and the other one was Hispanic. The guy that was the soccer player was the Hispanic. The other 2 were black men.
And that doesn't surprise me.
But guess what? It's not even just black men, right? It's not even just black men. Did y'all see, let me know, put a 1 in the comments if you saw the video with the man. He was outside with his baby and a raccoon came and he threw the baby and ran in the house.
I saw that.
Right? Then we had another case last year, I feel like it was, where the people came through with the pew-pews and the man ran in the house and left the baby outside. The baby wasn't a baby. The baby was like 6 or 7 years old. He ran in the house, closed the door, and left the kid outside. And it was caught on somebody's ring cam. And they posted that shit. Right? Please. Y'all are not the fucking protectors. And sucking your dick doesn't bring protection.
That's because
that's what y'all make it seem like.
Y'all
Y'all make it seem like if I am the official dick sucker of you, I'm going to be okay. And not even to talk about the vast majority of violence that happens from women happens from the man that's in the house anyway. So you're protecting me from all the other men while locking me in a prison with you where you going to beat my ass. Where you going to keep me from being who I want to be, which was getting my master's degree. Where you're going to oppress me from being the person that I want to be. Where you're going to keep me from getting it to the place in this world that I want to get to. The person that's preventing me is the same person that said he was protecting me. Protecting me doesn't look like that. And let me tell you something. What real protection would look like. Real protection would look like I could walk outside butt ass naked and wouldn't nobody do nothing to me because they know I'm your woman. I would never have to intervene on my own protection if you were the protector. Let's be clear, right? You wouldn't have to tell me to dress modestly to hopefully mean that men would be less interested in me. You're asking me to do the labor of protecting myself while you take the credit of it. If you such a badass and being with you is so, I'm so fucking protected, I could walk around butt ass naked, both cheeks out, tits out, belly out, pussy out, and not have to worry about a thing because everybody knows I'm your woman. See, now that we could talk about is type of protection, and the only type of men that actually provide that be the bad boys that y'all get mad at us for liking.
That's why I say, man, women are helpless. You know what I'm saying? You can't do nothing to help them. They'll always accept that they're right. There's just no point of even having any sort of discourse with them. It's just the same thing over and over again. They want to believe whatever they want to believe, and we as men just have to live with it. You know what I'm saying? So this is what reality is.
Don't live with it. Women are better off with women.
You're right.
Don't live with it. You don't have to.
And that's what it is. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day, because there's nothing a man could ever do to discuss with a woman. Anything that she thinks is going to be the objective truth in her life all the time. There's no room
is that what your culminated experience led you to?
No, there's no room for any sort of
listen, date men.
Negotiation.
Date
nothing.
men.
It's just it's not even that. The thing is, I'm a straight man, so that's not an option.
Date men.
The thing is this.
Listen, you don't have to worry about the worries that women give you.
No shade to you, bro. No shade to you, Mr. Rock. But if you were a gay man, you wouldn't date yourself based upon how you are right now.
Yeah, you'd oppress yourself.
No. The thing is this. The problem here is that why women are not better off with women is that exact reason. You see, what you just stated is exactly what's going to happen when a woman is with another woman. You're going to have this same
that's not the case.
Back and forth.
That's not the case. That's not the case.
What's
the case.
I know, but what's funny is that you think that you're gonna have some sort of peachy life, like everything's gonna be
everything isn't gonna be peachy and roses.
It's not. You're right.
It's not gonna be peachy and roses. But what you won't have is somebody trying to oppress you.
What man is trying to oppress a woman?
You.
What would be the purpose of a man oppressing a woman?
You are oppressive. Right? Because you just said that there's no reason for that woman to pursue her master's degree if her inner gut, her soul said, hey, listen, this is what I want to do with my life. And you're like, fuck it, you don't need to do that. You are oppressive.
Her is what you said, Jay.
No. I'm just giving.
You are the perfect example of why men are oppressed. Like you are the example. It's you.
No.
Thank you for the gifts. Thank you.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying that there's no reason for you to get your master's.
Exactly, but I want to.
You gave your reason.
That thought alone is problematic. Rock. That thought alone is problematic. Rock, listen to yourself, bro.
No, I'm saying, there's no reason.
There's no benefit for being with a man like you. You offer no benefit. Listen to me, sir. You offer no benefits to a woman. None. Because what you offer a woman is her losing herself. Her losing autonomy, her losing decisions about how she wants to live and what she wants to do and what kind of mark she wants to make on this world. You think that women are fucking children, and even children have dreams. Okay? You think that adult women don't have dreams? You think that we dream of washing the crud between your fucking toes? You think that's our fucking dream? You think our dream is pushing out your big head ass babies? You think that that's our dream? No. Women dream of making a difference. That's why even when we were not working for the most part, right? And that really didn't apply to black women. But either way, even for women that don't work, especially black women that don't work, they will find some way, somehow, in somebody's church, and I'm not religious, in somebody's charity, in somebody's something, to do something to feel like she's made a difference on this fucking planet. And so when some woman has identified, hey, this is the difference that I want to make, and what affords me the ability to do it requires me to do this or this or this, you gonna tell me I don't need to do those things. Why? Because I have you and your 4-inch penis. That's why. Fuck that shit.
No, I'm saying the reason why you don't need to do it is because, listen, your strength.
It's not about need. It's about want. See, and this is the thing, right? You keep turning my word want into the word need. I already don't need to do it.
just trying to say that as a man, right? A man can give you the proper guidance needed. You know what I'm saying?
Remove the word
Oh my
need.
God.
Remove the
I'm not
word
saying
need and put in the word want. So go ahead and say it. So you don't want to do it, right? Because I didn't tell you that I needed to do it. I told you that I wanted to do it. I already don't need to do it.
I know. I know you want to. I'm not saying you can't
So
do it.
stop
I'm not saying
replacing
that.
my word want with the word need.
I know. So you want to do it. I
Good.
understand you want to do it. Okay, and I understand you want to do it. All I'm saying is that it's not necessary for you. I'm not saying don't do it. You can do it. I'm just saying it's just not necessary. That's all I said. I never said, yo, I want her to not to do it or nothing like that. I just said it's not
So
necessary.
previously you were saying that there was no reason for her to do it, and she kept giving you the reason that her reason is her desire, her passion to do it. So you're saying that, hey, I'm invalidating any your passions, pretty much. That's what we're trying to get through your head. I don't know if you really have a head to get through,
No.
but
Yeah, she's passionate about it. That's great. That's great.
So
But
listen,
as
we
a
have
man, I'm
3
trying to give
paper
you.
cranes right now. So if y'all want to go ahead and fill up the gift goal, y'all know what the gift goal does. If y'all want to fill up the gift goal, y'all know what the gift goal does. We're at 3. If you don't know, then let the moderators tell you what the gift goal does. We're at 3 out of 15. We're at 5 out of 15 at this point, right? We're at 6 out of 15. Let's move along to all. Is there one of the? We're at 7 out of 15. All right, we're at 8 out of 15. We're at 9 out of 15. We're at 11 over 15.
I don't think it's I mean I'm not gonna stop anyone from getting their paper. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know what I'm saying. But like I'm just saying, like when
We
it comes
are
to society,
at 13 out of 15.
I'm just saying when it comes to society, it's better to just if a man, it's better for a woman to be with a man because
We're at
they
14
just
out of
provide
15.
a clear direction
We
in
have
life.
been achieved, sir. They have paid to drop you collectively.
Do I get a 1-minute outro?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to say this,
Goodbye, sir.
yes.
All right, gentlemen, I think we have an opportunity to actually approach the
that?
prompts now. We have an opportunity to actually approach the prompts. And shout out, and let me give a round of applause to all of the people in the comments. W's to yourselves, W's to each other. Shout out to everybody that collected to get that man off of the goddamn panel. Thank you, Dez. Yes, it is celebration time. Thank you for the celebration gifts. Thank you, everybody. Let's give it another round of applause. Actually, let's give it one more. Oh, Lord. See. Yes, W to the collective. We are a community over here. Do you gentlemen mind if I let one lady up here to get like 1 minute out on, because I feel like the women need to
Oh,
vent.
not
They
in the
struggled.
slightest. Don't
Okay, because I
mind.
got one in the queue. So I'm gonna give her a minute to Prairie, I don't know where you went. Come back. I was trying to hit accept, but it wouldn't let me hit accept. Prairie, if you're still here, jump out the queue. You could do the 1 minute rant. Sometimes when it gets over exhausting for the women, they like to hear one of the women come up and give the 1 minute rant. All right, Prairie, you got 1 minute. As soon as you're finished loading, there you go. Go ahead and get your whole 1 minute rant in. Go ahead, baby.
Thank you. Listen, I'm gonna say this as a woman who's exclusively dated women, like as a woman who banged my bully's mom. Okay, once you get over that first heartbreak hump, you're great. It's great over here. I'm having a great time. Okay, I'm having a great time over here. Listen, gentlemen, if you don't treat your women right, I will fuck them. I'll do it. I'll do it, and I'll do it so good. I'll do it, and I'll flirt with her right in front of you in that way that you're like, I can't tell if she's flirting or if she's giving her real life advice. I'm flirting. Okay? When I tell her, oh, sweetie, your laces, your tracks are a little bit grown out. Maybe come hang out with me and my old lady for the weekend, and we'll get we'll get our hair done, get our nails done. I'm gonna fuck your wife. I'm gonna make slow, sweet, gentle love to your wife. And then I'm gonna give her a gift baskets with hair care, skin care, cuticle care. I'm gonna give her some gift cards, usually coming out to about $700 to like really nice places, like so she can get an acai bowl. I've never had an acai bowl, but women love acai bowls. I'm gonna take her to a museum, and we're gonna look at mid-century modern vases. Women love mid-century modern vases. Okay,
Who
we're
is
gonna
this
look at a
chick? I
piece of
love her.
art that's just a blue dot on a white canvas. Women love blue dots on white canvas. Do I understand it? No. Will it get me in that poontang? Absolutely. I want you to know, I will fuck your wife.
Hey, Prairie, how
Okay?
old are you?
I'm 36 years. Well, I'll be 36 in a couple weeks.
Nice.
Okay.
Prairie,
Let me finish
listen,
up.
why Sen asked me if I like art museums, and I was like, girl, I am that girl that will stare at the dot on the canvas for 30 minutes trying to figure out why they positioned it there.
Exactly. Exactly. Yellow.
You pulling
I
my
know
card.
my audience, darling. I know my audience, sweetness. Okay? Y'all love mid-century modern art and blue dots on canvases. I get it. Do I understand it? Nope. Guess what I have? Horses. Girls love horses. I don't get horses for me. I get horses because women love horses.
Now you
I have
just like
4 of
watching
them.
them girls ride the horse from while the horse rides away. That's what the fuck it is.
That is also true. That is also true. Yes. Listen, I'm gonna take your girl to Boot Barn, okay? I'm gonna buy her a real nice cowgirl hat. I'm gonna buy her an $800 pair of boots. Yeah. I'm gonna fuck your
Don't
wife.
teach these men nothing.
great.
Don't teach these men
It's
nothing.
great over here, okay? I have a live-in chef, you dickheads. I have a great life. And I'm gonna give your girl a taste of what it could be with a lesbian. It's great over here. Fuck you. Alright, Yellow, you can drop me.
All right, thank you. Thank you for giving us a feminine
That was
refresh.
beautiful.
Thank you, Prairie.
All right, okay. Gentlemen, where do y'all want to start? You want to start at the top? Do boys
Yeah,
need a
let
father?
me start at the top.
All right, let's go ahead.
So, do boys need fathers? It comes to that word need again. I don't think they need fathers. I really don't. I think they need a very strong support system. And we see this throughout history. We see this on many instances, particularly in our history, where women they raise their children solely by themselves. Even when they raised them with the father in the house, that father was an absentee father within that house. And at times, I feel like that was my
Barack
father.
Obama,
You know?
I would consider Barack Obama a relatively successful man. Absent father.
Precisely.
I would consider Barack Obama a relatively successful man. You know what I'm saying? Became the president of the United States. Beautiful family. No scandals. No sex scandals. He's not poking little boys in the booty hole. He's not, you know what I'm saying? He's not on the island with 12-year-old girls. There's nobody, off into the lake in Chicago because they became pregnant. None of that shit that we know of. First black president. Listen, you say that we know of. They've had a lot of time to find the fucking scandal, right? He got on the political scene in 2000, 2002, something like that. He ran in 2008. And then he did presidency for 16 years, and we're basically for 8 years, and it's been 16 years since then. So they've had a lot of time to find the fucking scandal if there is one. And with this internet, as fast as I see they find trolls on this internet, they find their job and all this other kind of stuff. I would have thought if there was a body to be found, if there was a mistress to be found, if there was a illegitimate child to be found, they'd have found that bitch by now. They've had a lot of time. And it's not for lack of looking. It's not for lack of looking, right? What they found was the birth certificate that Hawaii gives, right? The birth certificate that Hawaii gives. And he wore a tan suit. That's it. I don't know what else they found. As a matter of fact, he didn't even have any successful attempts at his life. right? Now, and I would say, what's his face had what, 3 or 4 or 5 of them successful attempts at his life. And I say attempt, right? But they got close enough to push the trigger, right? If you believe it was real, they skinned his ear. So I don't know, and no daddy in the house. This gentleman, go ahead, Alt, if you've got more to add, and then we'll bring Vast into the conversation.
I was just going to say, to wrap it up, even when there's a father in the house, there is no guarantee that that child is going to be great, turn out to be a better person. Arguably, you can even say that they'll pick up, along with that absentee father that's present within the house, they'll pick up some of their habits. So I can't really say do boys need a father? No, they just need a great support network.
Do you know
I
what's a very
wholeheartedly agree.
interesting correlation? And I use the word correlation, so don't come for me, right? It's a very interesting correlation is that from since 1990 till now, we've had an increase in single mother households in the Black community. And what we also have had is a decrease in the number of Black men going to jail, young men, right? And now in this year, right? Actually, the report came out last year that a 18-year-old Black boy, a boy coming out of high school, has more chance of going to college than going to prison for the first time in African American history.
Hmm.
And single motherhood is on the rise. And college-bound Black boys is also on the rise at the same time. So, I mean, it's a correlation. We can talk about whether or not it's causation, but it's absolutely a correlation, and that can't be disputed. So, I don't know. Now, do I say that simply going to college denotes that you've been successful? Not necessarily. But when we're doing it in a comparative to going to jail, it absolutely the fuck is.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And if I'm gonna just piggyback on what Art was saying to both of you, in regards to, do a boy need a father? Should they have a father? Absolutely. Do they need one? I don't think they do. And I say that, and I'm just gonna solely base my experience and the experiences that I've observed amongst the people that I know closely in my life, right? So when I look at kids growing up and the way that I grew up, and me and my brothers and sisters and my cousins and my neighbors and good friends that I even still have to this day, most of those households are primarily single woman households. And if the man is there, it is honestly still a single woman household. And so I'm just gonna take a second to focus on me and how I grew up, right? Because
No personal stories.
okay. So let me remove that then, because the story is still the same, right? The story is still the same. So when I focus on my neighbors, I have somebody I just got off the phone with right before I jumped on your live. Her name is Stephanie. She's a great friend of mine. I've been on her. We went to college together. We worked at Galen College of Nursing together. We did a couple of things together. We've had a great journey. But despite our great journey, I've witnessed some unfortunate events in her life pertaining to the things that she had to deal with the men in her life and her baby daddies and shit, right? And so it's all the same across the board. Women tend to step up whether they have a choice or not. Like, the man could be in the house, the woman still is there taking care of the household, cooking, cleaning up, getting the kids ready for school, making sure the kids' homework is done, attending school events. While Pops, the ideal of a man that most men have in their head is to, one, protect, and two, make money. And most men don't even do those. You know what I'm saying? And the kids that they have, me, for example, and other men that I know, and you know, they still tend to grow up better when the father is absent. I think that my life could have possibly turned out much, much more differently if my father were in my life. And I say that, and there's nothing good about that. You know what I mean? My life would have been worse. I know it for a fact. But and it goes like I said, the baby daddies. My friend Stephanie, if I had her here, she wouldn't mind me telling her business and shit, because she likes to get her
But we
story out. She's a survivor, but it's like I don't know. I just don't know. I don't understand the disposition of men and thinking that they should be placed upon this pedestal, or that they. I don't know. I don't know. It's like men are oxymorons. I don't know.
all
Real
right.
quick,
Thank
thanks for
you.
having me. I gotta drop. I'll catch
Okay.
you another time.
Thank you for coming. Always enjoy you up here, Alt. All right. Let's jump over to Vast. Vast, if you could just give us your age, please.
41.
All right. What are your thoughts? We're on Do Boys Need a Father right now.
Yeah, well, I have a different cultural upbringing. Of course, as you can see, I have my Haitian flag. So, yeah, I believe boys
No, I
definitely
didn't
need
see
a
your Haitian
father.
flag. I see your face, and then I see your Vast HT Rex. Yeah.
That's the Haiti flag.
Okay.
Yeah, but I do believe boys do need a father figure because you, as a man, you have to learn certain things. From your father. One I would definitely say is definitely emotional regulation. I'm not prevalent to how much it is taught in like the American culture, but that is something that you have to learn from your dad because a man has to teach a boy how to regulate his emotions so that way he's not a danger to society because to have a boy that's over emotional, you know, that becomes something that becomes harmful to, not only to those around him, but also to himself. When I reached a certain age, when boys go through puberty, it's natural for men to feel like they can kind of like disobey their mom or challenge them. And if it wasn't for my dad being around, that could have led to worse scenarios for me in my life. With a lot of my friends going to jail who didn't have a father figure or dad in the household. They really had nobody to lay down that discipline. Especially for me, like I was by the time I was in middle school, I was already 6'4", 200 pounds. Like my mom's only like 5. She was like 5'5", 5'4". So they're playing football and everything. I could outpower her or overpower her at any time. And if there wasn't a father figure, she would even say it. Don't worry, I have a solution for you. I'm going to tell your dad. And once she told my dad, whatever was the scenario or situation that I was trying to overrule on or overrun or overpower her on certain subjects, topics, or whatever it may be, my dad came to put me in check and put me in line for it. And if my emotions got out of check or out of whack when it came to speaking to her respectfully, my dad came to put a cap on me just to enforce this is not the way you handle yourself as a man, because your emotions and the way the actions that you take behind those emotions can lead to harm in others around you, and as well as affect your life. So I would say for majority of boys in the American culture, they don't have that emotional regulation. That's why we have these terms nowadays for like the younger kids when they call them crash outs, because they don't know how to regulate their emotions because they were never taught or had an example of how to. That's where I land my plane on that.
So I want you to know that it's just you and you were an asshole of a child. Because I raised 2 boys and there was never a day that I was afraid that they would crash out on me or that they would become violent towards me or that they overpowered me or that they didn't listen to me. My sons are adults and they still listen to me. They still respect me regardless of their father, right? So it's you. You were problematic. And you were problematic even though your father was in the house. Even though your father was in the house, you still had thoughts of being disrespectful to your mother. You still had desire to be an asshole towards your mother. Despite your father being in the house, you still had to be threatened to get in line. You still had to be threatened of violence from your father in order for you to behave in a respectful manner, even though your daddy was there. My children's
No, I
daddy
wouldn't
was not
say
there for years,
violence.
and this was not a struggle that I had with these children at all. At all. And they're adults, and I never had those problems with you. So I want you to understand it's you. You are problematic, even though your daddy was there.
was. Okay, so
Well, it's a was for me
it
too. My
was
dad
due
is
to
dead. It's not special.
it was due to influence because you see the other boys around you
Well,
in
then
school.
why didn't your parents make sure that you didn't have those type of influences? Because I'll tell
I
you
mean,
what,
it
when
was
my son
public
got to a
schooling.
certain age where I was concerned about the influence, we fucking moved. Because a mother is willing to uproot her life if necessary to put her children in a better situation. Maybe a father is going to talk about his job being more important.
No, no, my dad wasn't. My dad's about family. Like in our culture, it's about family.
I know very much about your culture, right? I'm
Yeah.
Caribbean myself. I'm not Haitian, but I'm Caribbean, right?
Okay.
So, listen, lots of beautiful things about Haitian people. Like, if there's any group of people that I come on here and I will absolutely talk the best talk about, it's Haitian people. But don't come here with no bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm
Bullshit
not
is
saying no
bullshit.
bullshit. I mean, did I
You know
say
what I
anything
mean?
that was
If bullshit
bullshit?
is still bullshit.
Well,
You
did
know,
I
so
come with any bullshit? Like I wasn't coming with any bullshit. I'm
look,
just
at the
expressing
end
to
of
you
the
honestly
day, I'm
my
telling
opinion.
you that the problem was you. If you had to have your father intervene just so you would respect your mother, you were a problematic child and your parents were ineffective.
No, of course I respect my mother. It's just there's times where
That
you're
your
just a
whole
little defiant.
tirade was about how if it wasn't for your daddy, you would have disrespected your mommy. Your
Yeah,
whole
because
tirade was if
what I
it wasn't
mean,
for your
what I
dad,
mean by
you would have
disrespect,
disrespected your
because
mother. You would have disrespected her
if my
home.
mom,
You would have disrespected her home.
yeah, meaning like if she told me not to go out at a specific time, or to set a curfew, and I
That's
felt I was too
disrespecting
old
her
for that.
home.
Yeah, so that's what I mean by disrespect.
Yes,
Not
it's
in the form of
disrespect. It
yeah.
is
So
disrespect.
that's
And
where
had
I'm
it
going.
not been for your daddy, you would have disrespected your mother. And I'm telling you that all by
And you
myself.
see a lot
I
of
was
that
the
in the
type of mother
culture and
who
community.
didn't have to worry about her children disrespecting her. I didn't need a man in the house to make my children respect me. And I wasn't abusive, beating them down and all this other kind of stuff. The thing about it is that I spoke to my children. I explained things to my children. Right? Your mother, I guess, wasn't capable of doing those things, and she needed a man in order to lay down the law. Because if it wasn't for that, her
Yeah, you just
unruly
said it.
ass,
She needed a
bastard
man.
ass child was gonna be out there in the streets disrespecting her home. I didn't have those problems, not with my sons then, and I don't even have those problems with my sons now. And they don't. And one of them doesn't even live with me anymore.
Okay, you might be the exception,
I'm not an
but
exception. I'm not an
but the
exception.
majority of the culture is not like that. When
I
it
don't know
comes
what to
to
tell y'all,
community.
right? Because again, if your mother required your father for you to respect the household, sad on her. Sad on her. See, because the thing about it is it means you never respected your mama from the start. If you had respected your mother from the start, it wouldn't require your father's intervention. I ain't never in my life had to say, I'm going to call your daddy on you. The fuck? My children respected me and respect me still as adults. Anyway, let's bring Corey up. Welcome up, Corey. If you could just give us your age, and we're on Do Boys Need a Father right now.
Absolutely. So, good morning, afternoon to everybody. It just touched 12:01 over here, so I don't know what to say. Either damn way. I'm 36, right?
Okay.
And we're on the second prompt of Do
No, the
Boys
first one.
Need Fathers?
The first one.
Oh, the first? I'm
What do you
sorry.
see above it?
Let the men talk.
Okay, there it is. Go ahead.
Right. So, third grade education. I'm gonna start there. Right.
Okay.
Do boys need fathers? Absolutely. I genuinely believe that they need somebody in their life for representation purposes, mostly. Right. I'm not gonna say that a mother cannot do the job of raising. I don't even fucking know what that means. I hate when people use that argument because you hear me, right? By the way, how you sounding like Chicken Little just then?
Oh, that's my that wasn't me. That's my little. Never mind. Don't worry about it. It's my audio stuff in the background. I'm listening to you and doing some
Man,
production
perfect
stuff at the
fucking
same time.
timing. Perfect timing. Either way, yeah, for representation purposes, because like raising a child, that's genuinely anybody can do that thing, and not just anybody, but I'm saying though it doesn't really matter of gender. Men are supposed to be nurturing, men are supposed to be learning, men are supposed to be teaching, men are supposed to
Can
be
we not
accountable, men are
talk
supposed to
about what
be
men are supposed to
domesticated.
be? Can we not talk about what men are supposed to be and talk about what men are? Because a lot of times when I
So
get into these conversations about
wait a second,
like the
Canary.
life, right? Like we can't talk about what men are supposed to be. We have to talk about what men are. Because you can't raise children on supposed to be. You have to raise children on what is. You can't be in a relationship on what's supposed to be. You have to be in a
Love,
relationship on what is.
when you said let the men talk,
Go
right?
ahead. No, it doesn't mean no.
I'm just saying you're giving me
Listen,
too many
sir.
thoughts.
Hold on 1 second. Let the men talk means that I primarily have men on the panel. That my panel is like 80% men all the time. I'm still the host, right? I also don't let the women come up here and yell and scream and tell you that your mama should have swallowed, right? So you get an opportunity to have the conversation, right? But let the men talk doesn't mean I don't let myself talk. But go ahead. I don't know if you're talking into the mute or if you've put yourself to silent.
I don't play with the mutes because I'll be walking away from
Okay.
my phone,
Okay, go ahead.
right? So, like I was saying, when it says let the men talk, how I read it, right? That you were gonna give me space to talk to the men, right? What I'm saying is that you're giving me too many thoughts from a woman's perspective for me to keep my shit straight. Does that make sense? I'm overwhelmed at the very moment.
All right. Do
And
you
it
want
happens, and
do
I'm
you
gonna
want to
just be
come
honest
back
with you.
when you're not overwhelmed?
No, I would like to finish this sentence,
Okay, go
right?
ahead.
So it happens when I get to talking about things and I'm interrupted because I do take medicine, right?
Do you want to talk
100%
about
disabled
not
vet.
being able to talk, or do you want to talk about the subject you want to talk about?
I was talking to my friend, Yellow Canary. Like
We're not friends.
I was just we're not friends?
What's
We're
my name
not
what's my
friends?
name in the real world? You can say it on
Oh.
here because it's been said on here more than one time. What's my name in the real world?
Oh. You right, ma'am. My apologies.
Now, I have some friends in the room. Friends in the room. What's my name in the real world? Because it's been said on here many times what my first name is. Right? I have some friends in here. What's my name in the real world, people that are my friends in the real world? Oh, there's one. There they got it. Look, you see? Look, my friends
I'm
there.
not here to like play
Look,
back and
Sin said my
forth.
name is
Aha, I got
Cupcake.
you.
Ah, hey, baby.
Right.
What's up, Sugar Cookie?
I'm not here to play back and forth on no I got you type
Hey,
shit.
I ain't gonna hold you. All this bitching and whining and not answering the fucking prompt is getting on my nerves. If you gonna answer the motherfucker, answer it. But she not gonna call her your weak ass feelings. Get that shit together,
Brother, I was
champ.
in the middle of it. That's
Get
what I'm
that shit
saying.
together, champ. I don't want to hear none of that shit.
Oh,
Next
okay,
time you
y'all
come
playing
off
with the
mute or
mute
you
button.
start, the next time you come off mute or start
You're all right.
speaking, just
You're
go
all
into
right.
the fucking prompt, bro. All this whining shit.
Yeah.
Man,
So,
the
Do
fuck up. I'm
boys need
tired of
a
women up.
father? All right, you done?
yeah, go
Do
ahead.
boys
Let me
need a
give you your 2
father? Which is
minutes.
what I was answering, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then. Yes, I do think that they need a father. If for no other reason, representation, because representation matters, right? So, like I was saying, there are things that should be taught by a father, and these niggas are not fucking doing it, right? So, while y'all trying to bite my head off, I'm calling out, shining a light on a problem.
Don't
This is why boys need a
interrupt when
father.
the timer is going, you guys. If the timer is going, he's to be uninterrupted. Go ahead, sir.
My bad.
Thank you. They do need a father. Like, men should be nurturing. That is something that should be taught. No, men are not teaching that. Men are not even accepting that. Yes, we should be emotionally aware. Yes, that's a fact. We shouldn't have to rely on a woman to solely teach the next generation of children that we helped make simple things of life. I do believe that a woman can raise a boy. I do. I also think that a human, right, whichever gender they present as, would much so appreciate, even if later in life, even if it's not appreciated at a young age to the extent, because we've all grown up. right? I think that, yes, men should be in the children that they create's life, period.
Okay, real quick.
Lord, don't pick me.
All right, so let's do a let's let Gertrude talk to y'all real quick. Lord have mercy.
Now, friends, I know y'all ain't coming here just to lurk. I see y'all in the comment section yapping. Go ahead and get to the damn tapping. Share it alive. Why don't you come on and subscribe and join the Peep Squad already? Love y'all, but y'all work my damn nerves.
All right, y'all. Make sure that y'all get to the tap in per Gertrude. For the gentleman that is Haitian, right? For the Haitian guy. I have a question for you real quick.
Lord, Lord.
Oh no, I didn't updated the wrong one. That's okay.
You
I'll
talking
grab it
about Vast or
afterwards.
me?
Yeah, I'm gonna upload it afterwards. Go ahead. Jay, Will, you got the floor. You got the floor.
When you said the Haitian dude, did you mean Vast or me?
No, I had a video that I wanted to ask Vast about, but I messed up and I don't have it. So I was talking to Vast because Vast was telling us all about how his Haitian culture makes him better than everybody else for some in not so many words, right? But I belong to a different culture and blah blah blah. Don't nobody give a damn. Listen, I'm Caribbean too, but let me tell you something. You know that there's a diaspora war going on. Do you know what I'm talking about, Vast?
No, I'm not familiar with.
Okay, so basically, do you live in America? Are you
Yeah, I
black
live
in
in
America? Right? Not
Yeah,
black American, but black in America? Okay.
yeah.
All right. Right now, there is a whole conversation going on from both sides about whether or not there should be integration and whether or not non-black Americans are actually black and whether we're coming here, whether Caribbean people are coming here and being problematic and stealing their culture and whatever the fuck else it is that they're saying. They're also going through a portal from Egypt to the Grand Canyon. That's another story, right? All of this mess is going on that is divisive inside of the black community, right? And the black American side of it, they call themselves FBA, Foundationally Black Americans, right? A lot of the stuff that they talk about is horseshit. But one thing that they're right about is Caribbean people and African people introducing themselves and their background as if it's better than anybody else's. And when you do that shit,
Tethers.
right, they call us tethers, right? When you do that shit, you're actually making them right about something. They're wrong about 99.999% of the stuff is bullshit. It's divisive. It's cruel. It doesn't make any fucking sense. But introducing yourself into the conversation as if your Haitian background has anything the fuck to do with whether or not you had a daddy in the house, or the daddy being in the house, or your daddy not, or your mama not being able to control you without your daddy, that's problematic. And I'm telling you this as a Caribbean woman. Right? My parents are from the islands, but I don't introduce myself anywhere and say, oh, well, I come from a different culture. What are you trying to say about their culture? You think it's not... See, and this is the funny thing, right? There's a friend, I think she's in the room. I don't know if she is, right? Thank you, Kari. That's exactly where I was going to go. This is my problem with my own people. And inside of my problem with my own people, I'm going to include African black people in America, right? Y'all come here. We come here. Not y'all, we, right? We come here. And it is the quote unquote best of us that were able to get here, right? It is those of us who had the gumption, the ambition, the drive, the money, the means, the education, right? That were able to come here. Y'all pretend, we pretend that all of what is difficult, hey, get down from there, that's my dog. All of the difficulties that black Americans have, that our people don't have those issues in our country. You want to tell me there's not single motherhood problems in Haiti? Your Haitian culture is the reason. You want to pretend like there's not broken families in Haiti? You want to pretend like there's not adult men fucking 12-year-old girls in Haiti? See, your particular parents, your specific parents, were able to have the ambition, the drive, the whatever it is that was needed to get out of the country and come here. And then you want to come here and represent as if your whole country looks like you. They don't. My whole country doesn't look like my family.
I never
These
said that.
Nigerian people that come here, they don't look like the people in Nigeria. All right? It was
I have to agree with her. I'm a Nigerian, so I absolutely, I don't want to cut you off, but I absolutely do agree with you. I'm from New York, and I've seen the arrogance that my
Cutting
people
her
have
off.
had. Sorry, let me go. Let go. You was
No,
just,
go
you
ahead.
was,
Finish
you
your
was
thought,
just,
sir. Sir at the top, go ahead.
I,
Finish your thought off. It's okay.
as a Nigerian, I'm telling you, the amount of intelligent stupidity that comes out of their mouths, thinking that they're better, thinking that they're saying that Black Americans don't know where they come from, and therefore you think that you're better than them. The fact of the matter that you rub it in people's faces that you're in their country and you're making good for yourself, and not actually admitting that there's a single mother problem in Nigeria too. There's a single mother problem. There's a lot of useless men over there in Nigeria. And I'm trying to tell you that the way that the ones that are here that maybe come from their family were somewhat wealthy in Nigeria and they was able to send them here to go to school. And it's almost like a little bit of a jealousy. While you was watching a Black American TV
Merci.
over in Africa before you came here, you was always wishing that you could be a Black American and then actually think that you could become
Talk
better
it.
than a Black American. I'm going to
Talk
tell you
it.
the truth. I refuse to lie. It's the truth. In
Talk it.
Nigeria right now, there's a single mother epidemic. There's a lot of wickedness and wild things going on in Nigeria. But to sit out here and come to another person's country, another Black man's country, they let you into their neighborhoods. You slowly push them out because this is what happened in Brooklyn. I'm telling you for a fact that originally Brooklyn was Black American. And slowly the West Indians came here and they got let in. The West Indians and Africans got let into those communities because they had to settle in those communities in Brooklyn. And slowly, basically, WAR'd warred against them and pushed them out. I see it. I'm telling you a fact. And they were so welcoming, but to their detriment, because a lot of the West Indians and the Africans had somewhat of a problem with the Black Americans and slowly pushed them out and unalived them like crazy in Brooklyn. I'm trying to tell you what I've seen since the mid-'80s all the way up till now. Let's be
So
honest. I understand the FBA's point in some points that
to
they've
certain
been
point, yeah,
welcoming.
there's certain points, right? Because the thing is,
They
we'll
do
watch
have
our own
points.
people fucking do it. Look, I'm gonna call out both sides when I see it, right? Because guess
Yes,
what?
yes.
I'm born here. My parents are from the Caribbean, right? So what we usually call people on my thing, say you say you're first generation American, right? That's what they usually say. Oh, you first generation American, right? It's cool. This shit, right? This shit that we're doing on our side, that has to fucking stop. It has to fucking stop. You're not better
Yeah.
than anybody else. Because let me tell you something. To some degree, whether it's Haiti, whether it's Jamaica, whether it's Trinidad, whether it's any of the African nations or whatever it is, if you got here, you were already in the top 20%. If the top 20% of Black Americans got up and migrated somewhere else, they would be able to look like if there's no poverty in Black America. They would be able to look
Absolutely.
like there's only ambitious people from Black America. You can't do that shit. It's plenty of lazy ass motherfucking people in Haiti. It's plenty of lazy ass motherfucking people in Trinidad. There's plenty of lazy ass motherfucking people in Jamaica. There's plenty of lazy ass motherfucking people in Nigeria and the rest of the African nations as well. It's just that it's only the top 20% that's able to get up and move somewhere else. So when you get here, don't fucking act like if it is your heritage that makes you any better than anybody else. If it is that you're advancing faster than somebody else, it's because you already came from the top 20% of your people. But you're going to pretend like the other 80% didn't exist. They fucking do. Right? So now you're going to take the top 20% of the foreign Black people and compete against the totality of Black American people and say that you're better. That's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Yep.
I never
Another
said
thing,
anything like that.
okay, hold up, Vass, because I want to say Sapase. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck is
Nambole.
going on right now, right? Exactly. You feel me? Also, I want to say Sakafet to you, Vaz, because I didn't know that you was Haitian until I started
Oh,
really looking at my screen. Okay.
no, he
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
introduced himself as
But
Haitian, right? So when we started the thing with the do boys need a father, he was like, I'm from a different culture. I'm Haitian if you didn't know. What the fuck does that have to do? So what you're
I
wanting
didn't
to
even
do
say
is
it like that.
introduce some level
I'm gathering
of
that.
It's just a
superiority into the conversation so we should
I
all
never
know.
stated it like that. You're just reinterpreting my words.
I'm gathering
Never
that
stated it that
as I
way.
move along, right? But
Let's keep it
what I
100.
do want to say, hold on just a second. What I do want to say though is stop living in that stereotype, right? Now I can say as a Haitian man, right? The stereotype is that Haitian niggas have like 5 wives back home. You get what I'm saying? We're gonna be dogs, we're gonna be scoundrels, we're gonna be this, that, the third. Stop wearing that shit as a badge of honor. That's what I'm saying to another Haitian man. You hear me, ZB?
So all I stated was I have a different background.
But I'm saying though, like I don't care
That's
about
it.
what you stated.
Like
Did you hear what I said though?
yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I'm still
Okay,
gonna.
then that's all I'm really
That's it.
saying.
That's it. So because of the upbringing, like I said, I grew up around a lot of American boys, you know, and like I said, the only difference is because I had my dad around where they didn't have them. There were things that I wanted to do that were like them that would be considered disrespect in our culture from the child
Let
to the
me ask
parent.
you a question.
So that was
When
all
your
I stated.
parents came here,
I never
when your
stated anything
parents
about
came here,
teasing. I
no,
never
no, no.
stated anything as far as
Mm-mm.
disrespect because if
No,
you're
it is
Haitian, you know.
disrespect.
Wait. You know, even in the Haitian culture, if just growing dreadlocks is considered a form of disrespect, that's all I. That would be. That's the
Sir,
Stop
listen,
it.
you're not trying to
Never
learn or
stated anything.
understand what I'm telling you. The fact that you came in with this whole, I'm from a different culture and I had my parents and most of the other dudes in the in the neighborhood, the Black American kids, they didn't have their dad like how I had my dad, and that's why they end up whatever. Why didn't your parents put you in a neighborhood where most of them were 2-parent homes? Why'd they pick that neighborhood to put you?
Because that's just where they started at.
Why they start there? See, they were
Because that's
2-family home. Why didn't they take you to the... There's some neighborhoods where the vast majority of people, no matter what color they are, is 2-parent homes. Alpharetta, Georgia. And I'm in Jersey, by the way. Alpharetta, Georgia. Is tons of 2-family Black people owning homes. Why your
Yeah,
parents
I
didn't put
get
you
that.
there?
Because we were in Miami.
Listen, Buckhead, okay? Buckhead,
They didn't
Georgia.
own
Tons
Georgia.
of 2-parent Black-owned homes, Black-owned families, right? Why they didn't put you there? You know why? Because when y'all came here, you didn't have much and you had to go to the community that didn't have much. But I'm telling you right now, if I took a 2-parent home from America and set them in impoverished Haiti, they're going to see nothing but single moms around them too. Right? So you
I'm not
take a
saying that
Black
there isn't
American
single
family,
moms.
intact
Never
family,
stated that.
mom, dad's makes the
Asking a
8,
question of
dad makes
boys need
70%
father.
of the
I never
income,
went to that
on the home.
extent.
Take them and put them in the hood in Haiti.
You're just adding and reinterpreting what I said because
I'm
you're
not.
only asking a
So this is
question
the
of
problem with
do
your
boys
conversation
need
right
dad.
now
And
is
I
that
was
you're
pivoting,
not
bro.
trying to
I only
That
understand.
shit
answered
weird.
that part of do boys need
There's
dad. I never
some
said all of
validity to
this
what
other
she's
stuff
saying
you
because
stated.
the same thing happened in Brooklyn. Little
Some.
Haiti. I'm from an area in
I,
Brooklyn called Little Haiti. All right. All my friends are Haitian.
yeah,
I'm a
but I'm
Nigerian
not.
born in Brooklyn.
I
Now
never
I'm gonna tell
stated
you that
any of this extra
there's some
stuff.
validity to what she's saying.
This is the thing. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you take the quote unquote top 20% of the country, right? Move over to America and move into the communities where the people are suffering and be like, look at how better we are than y'all. The fuck? Think about that shit and how stupid it is. You
But I
already
never
come
stated
from the
anything
top
like that. I didn't say
20%
it
of
was
your
better.
country
I
and then
just gave
move
an
yourself
example
into
of
the
why
area
boys
where
need
Black
dads.
people are suffering and then
Love,
say, look how better we
listen.
are
I
than them
understand you want.
people. We
I understand this is good for TikTok,
No,
but I
it's
never
not a
stated
matter of
any
good
of
for
these things.
TikTok. Let me tell you what it's good for. It's good for a
No, I
conversation
only
because
answered.
honestly,
I
listen,
only answered to you
FBA,
listen, I only answered to the one
listen,
question.
FBA are not the only people that need to have a conversation about their behavior. We need to have a conversation about our behavior. Listen, FBA be full of bullshit. Fuck y'all too, by the way, right? I'm here for we all Black. and I want to see everybody black win. That's what the fuck I'm here for, right? But because we have divisions and because we have problems in our communities and because we are acting fucked up between each other, we each in our groups need to have conversations about what we're doing that's harmful. And what you're doing when you go ahead and take your top 20% from your country, insert yourself into a black community that is struggling. You don't insert yourself into the community where black people are thriving. No, you insert yourself into the community where black people are struggling so that you can actually feel like you're doing better than somebody else. Of course you fucking are doing better than somebody else. You came from the top 20% of your country. And like I said, if a black American person that's coming from the top 20% of their community went and moved in the hood of Haiti, they also would be like, damn, look at this shit. We're doing better than everybody else. We're more focused on education than the rest of these ignorant motherfuckers. We're more focused on getting the bag. We're more focused on getting businesses. We're more focused on, of course, because the ones that come here are naturally the ones amongst the full people that were focused on those things. That's why you came here to begin with. That's not a slight on your parents. I'm literally saying your parents were in the top 20% of their own people, right? Yep. Your parents were on the top 20% of their own people. That's how they got here. The bottom 20% will never see America. The bottom 20% may never see the other side of the island. Let's be clear. And that's the same shit that we talk about in black American communities that are impoverished. A lot of them never see anywhere beyond 6 blocks from where they live. But that's the same shit in Haiti. It's the same shit in Nigeria. It's the same shit in Jamaica. It's the same shit in Trinidad. You can't. So when you introduce yourself as my culture is different, your culture isn't different. Your parents were different.
That's right.
Okay, so I just
And
only
also
gave you
here
an
in
example on
America,
why
we
you think
enjoy
a
our
father,
women
a father. That's it.
laying up with other men and us watching. Because here in America, women are free.
Yo, what the fuck is going
Women are
on?
free, and that's what we like to do here in America. I don't know what you guys do in the other islands, but in America.
All right then. So yeah, appreciate that. I was also gonna say that in America, like part of the naturalization process and the citizenship process is that you have to learn American law and custom, right? And when we say American law and custom, it doesn't necessarily mean Black American law and custom, although your skin type will define that, right? What I am saying is that you have to like kind of appropriate white people shit. And I don't know a better way to say that. You get what I'm saying? You got to pick up. I'm not necessarily calling you a raccoon. I'm really not doing that. But what I am saying is that you have to pick up some law-abiding citizen type traits, right? And that's not necessarily teaching you what it is to be Black in America.
Understood, but all I was doing was gave an example. She said, "Do boy fathers in the home." I gave an example, and that was it. I just only let you know that it's maybe due to different upbringing or like cultural difference in understanding. That's about it. But I had to pretty much grow up in two worlds, because growing up here in the States versus the cultural difference of their upbringing that's implemented in the household. That's the first education before going to school and learning, the stuff that you learn here in the States. That is all I stated. I never said anything else about there isn't a single motherhood in Haiti. There isn't guys that are abusive in Haiti. Hell, I knew a couple kids who had their dads in the house, and one of them he's on Netflix. He does movies and stuff like that. Grew up in my neighborhood. His dad was very abusive. I'm not saying all Haitian men are like that. I'm not saying all Haitian men aren't like that. I wasn't stating any of that. All I answered was the question pertaining to do boys need a father, and these were the things that I see that was prevalent and necessary for my upbringing and why boys need fathers around. That's it. So all this extra stuff, I don't see where this is coming from, or you guys are looking for some reason to attack.
Not looking for a reason to attack you, right? Most of the people on the panel right now are children of foreign-born parents. Most of the people on the panel right now are, right? So not looking for a reason to attack you. What it's a teachable moment, but you're refusing the lesson, right? It's a teachable moment, but you're refusing the lesson. What I'm telling you is some of the complaints from the Black American community about us is that we behave as though we're better than everybody else, that our culture makes us say things that imply we believe we're better than everybody else. And what I'm telling you is, whether you believe it or you don't believe it, when you introduce yourself as I'm Haitian, when the conversation is about negative things affecting the black community, and that's the black as a whole, right? We're talking about issues that affect the black community as a whole. And then you exclude yourself from it, and the reason for exclusion is your culture. That translates into, I think I'm better than y'all black American niggas. That's what that translates into. Whether it was, sir, whether you meant it that way or not is irrelevant. The fact that you came up here and introduced yourself as, it's like, I don't know about these niggas because, you know, I'm Haitian and we don't really have them problems. No, the Haitians that were able to make it out of Haiti and get to America are less likely to be experiencing those problems because you were at the top of the 20% before you even left your island. That's the point, right? I'm not accusing you of anything. What I'm trying to do is give you something to think about, right? Because if we're ever going to have peace, right? If we're ever going to have peace amongst the diaspora, us too need to investigate where we're causing harm. And language like that is harmful even if you didn't realize it. I'm trying to give you an opportunity to realize it, and you're refusing the lesson. I know one of the other gentlemen wanted to talk. Go ahead.
Absolutely. You know, it's kind of like the way that you're talking, young lady, is like you have a little bit of a man in you. Like you're hitting, like you're stating the obvious. You're stating the obvious, the common sense of the truth. And for us as men to not sit out here and also show that we have the common sense, we have to be honest. I grew up in Brooklyn, in Flatbush, Brooklyn, in a place called Little Haiti.
I'm familiar. Send me. Listen, I'm
Now,
familiar. Send me some of the meat pastries. I'm familiar. Send me some of the meat pastries. You know the ones that got like the really fluffy, flaky dough, and then the little. Oh.
Or the Haitian patties. They're the best. But the fact of the matter is, if you cannot admit as a Haitian that there is a little bit of a bouginess, there's a little bit of a bouginess with Haitians, because I know my Haitian friends, they tell me straight up, some of us are bougie. We think that we're high class, and that's the truth. That's the truth. Same thing with that whether Yoruba or Igbo tribe, they think that they're somewhat, you know, more classier than the place that you're living in. But the fact of the matter is that when you first came here, my parents first came here, they had no choice but to move into the black neighborhoods, the black American neighborhoods. And there was craziness going on in Brooklyn back in the day. You know, there was craziness, you know, but at the same time, that was the only place that my family could go to. They couldn't go to the white neighborhoods. They couldn't go to those suburbs. Maybe after a while they could maybe get their way out of there. But my parents stayed right there in Brooklyn, right there in the middle of the madness in the black community. And I slowly saw over time that what the black Americans didn't see coming, they were very welcoming to the immigrants. But the immigrants that came didn't quite blend in all the way. And also...
You're like 60.
I'm not 60. I'm 44.
Why you keep calling the host young lady?
She sounds like a young lady.
That was confusing.
I'm actually older than you, but it's okay. I'm actually older than you. I'm 45. I'll be 46 in November.
Exactly.
But so I didn't think anything of it because I thought it was just like what do you call it? Like cultural courtesy. So I just didn't even address it.
It was confusing and misleading. I thought he was much older than he was.
Okay, she's older than me by a year. She's born 1980. I'm born 81. Same. We first generation born here. So we grew up here as millennials. And we saw what was going on. We grew up in that era of going to elementary school in the late 80s and in the early 90s. So we got to be honest with what we saw. The truth of the matter is, I saw the slow pushing out and the replacement of a lot of the black Americans. Now, the black Americans in Brooklyn, in New York, a lot of them, they had their own problems going on in their communities. But what they did not see coming is that when you allow people coming from Jamaica, coming from Trinidad, coming from St. Lucia, coming from Haiti, coming in there, you welcome them in, but you don't realize that some of them have something against you, and they're going to push you out. A lot of them actually started to war with some of the Black Americans that were in Bed-Stuy, and they got into a lot of heat. A lot of people were unalived back then. A lot of Black Americans were pushed out and unalived back then. A lot of the immigrants teamed up, formed crews. They wanted to take over, whether it's in illegal smug activities in Brooklyn, and they were going against the Black Americans that was doing that, and they got into a lot of beefs, and a lot of them got pushed out. But sometimes the Black Americans didn't see that some of them were wanted to replace in a lot of ways. We're going to come here. We want to do what you do to make money, and we're going to push you out and make it just for our people. That's what happened in Brooklyn, because Brooklyn used to be majority Black Americans, and now it's West Indian. If you can't admit the truth of how we came in and kind of X'd them out and took over those positions, you're not keeping it real with yourself. You got to keep it real.
let me
I'm from
say
Little
this.
Haiti. I know what I'm talking about.
Hold on. Let me say this as a Jersey girl, right? And I see some of the Caribbean people in the chat and stuff like that are like, nah, it wasn't like that, right? The effects of the Caribbean community joining the Black community was different in different places. What he's talking about, so I'm from Jersey, which means that I frequently visited New York. I didn't live in New York. I visited in New York. I had cousins in New York and things like that, but I come home to Jersey. What he's talking about happening in New York is absolutely the truth. The effects in Jersey was different, right? In Jersey, the Caribbean neighborhood just joined in, right? And then sometimes we'll have like, we might have carnival or something like that. We might have a day or two out of the year where we have like our little floats and our flags and our shit like that. And the Black American people will come and we're whatever. So it was different in different places. So many of you may be looking at your own experience to where you were at, and you're like, nah, that's not the experience that I saw. But in Brooklyn, what he's talking about is true. It's true, right? But I don't want to spend the whole day on the diaspora war, because I really try not to have diaspora war lives, because it's very emotionally, like an emotional roller coaster for me. And then also, it's like by the time I get off of the live, I want to cry. I'll be honest with you. By the time I get off the live, I want to cry. Because as somebody that comes from Caribbean parents, but grew up in the Black American community, I love my Black American brothers and sisters, cousins and neighbors. You know what I'm saying? I love them. I love Black American culture. I respect Black American culture. I respect Black American people, right? And I very much respect and love my own people too. And it's hurtful to me, like it emotionally disturbs me, that it has come to this space and place of cruelty, of, name calling, this, that, whatever. And I don't understand how we fight each other when we both have a different enemy, right? Like, we're going to focus on fighting each other instead of collaborating on the people that are actually oppressing everybody on the fucking planet. This small group of people that are oppressing everybody on the fucking planet.
It's the truth.
It's upsetting. Like when we get into, I did a live once on Caribbean people and Black American people is a love story, right? Because I talked about how the first slave revolution, and I've got some Haitian people on the planet. Shout out Sakpase to all the Haitian people in the room, right? 1776, right? Y'all were the only group of slaves to demand, overturn, and grab with their fists full of blood their own freedom. Everybody else had to be granted their freedom. Some law from a white man had to pass it, right? Haiti didn't do that. Haiti said, fuck y'all, we free. We're free until you're dead or we're dead. They're the only group.
That's true.
We're going to be free. If it lands with you dead or us dead, somebody's going to be dead and we're going to be free. Right? Yes. They're the only ones. But do you know it didn't end there? It didn't end there because there was a connection between Haiti and Louisiana. Right? There was a connection between Haiti and Louisiana. There was also a connection between Haiti and Jamaica. As a matter of fact, when they went for the big battle, right? It was a Jamaican priest that came from Jamaica to pray over the slaves that were going to revolt that day. And he went alongside them, right? And when they were done, people were sent from Haiti across to other enslaved places to incite revolution of other slaves. They didn't just leave their own country and say, hey, you know what, we got our freedom to fuck all the rest of you black people. No, that's not what they did. They sent people out into areas that are enslaved after being in a country that's no longer enslaved to try to seek the revolution and the freedom of all black people, right? So they went over into Louisiana and started whispering the word. Did you know what happened in Haiti? Did you know what happened in Haiti? Did y'all know? Did y'all hear? Did you know that there's slaves in Haiti that overthrew the whole fucking government? They threw France out of their fucking country. Did you know? Y'all could do it. There's even more of y'all than there was of us. You could do it. You could do it. You could do it. And revolutions and slave rebellions started happening in the South due to what happened in Haiti, right?
That's true.
So much so, and
too.
this is
They
also
made it
part of why they made it so important that slaves cannot read, because slaves were reading the news of what Haiti had done, right? So this thing happened. Look at him in the comments talking about some not true. Fuck you on the not true. Fuck you on the not true. The truth of the matter is, it doesn't matter where the first revolution happened. What mattered the most was, did those particular people feel that they needed to send feelers out after they had freed themselves? And they did, right? So I will always have most respect for Haitian people, but I also not gonna let y'all tell me that y'all men ain't not shit. Y'all men be ain't shit, okay? But
It reached Africa too. It reached Africa too. They were
reached
talking about it.
all over the place. They sent people over.
Excuse me,
Did
y'all.
you know? I don't know for how many years it lasted, but Haiti also became a place where slaves could run to be free. Let me tell you something. Some of these Haitian people that you think you hate are actually black Americans, because they allowed black Americans to run and flee to Haiti. So you could be Haitian right now, and if you go back enough generations, you'll find out you're actually from Virginia. Your people are actually from Louisiana. Your people are actually from Georgia, because they opened their borders to enslaved black people from wherever the fuck you coming from, and you could come there and become a citizen of Haiti. Now we could get into how they had like a fucked up law system and whatever. That's a whole nother conversation, right? That's talking about government as opposed to talking about the people, right? Because you got government and you have the people. Right? So please, like, that's why when it comes to these conversations, when we talk about like pulling the diaspora apart, it literally hurts my heart. I'm gonna tell you right now, Africa is Africa, okay? But if I'm gonna talk about the Caribbean and America, you don't know if you're Black American or Caribbean, because do you know where they sent the slaves that acted up too much? Jamaica. When they said send you down the river, it didn't always mean Mississippi. A lot of times those slaves were sent to Jamaica. That's why Jamaican people so rowdy. You know what I'm saying? They're the descendants of the slaves that wouldn't behave. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you don't even know. You might think that you're Jamaican. You go back, you find out that you're actually from Virginia. Right? When we talk about the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, you might have started in Barbados, which is actually very likely that where you started out was Barbados. You might have started out in Barbados and ended up in Georgia or ended up in Mississippi. They didn't necessarily this is where they let you off and that's where you stayed and all of your people went on and on and on from there. No, the trade was not only on American land. And then when it comes to Black history here in the United States, they make it so microscopic, right? That I have met Black American people that didn't know there was slavery in the Caribbean. I have met Black American people that fight for the ownership of slavery. They're like, no, we were the only ones in the cattle slavery. With the slavery that we had was different than everybody else. What are you talking about? If Jamaica is where they sent the bad slaves, what the fuck do you think was going on in Jamaica? What the fuck do you think was going on in Jamaica if that's where they sent the bad slaves? They weren't sending them there to be on vacation, right? And no shade to anybody, but they were picking cotton in America. They were picking sugar cane in the Caribbean. I'd rather carry
I
some
heard that
cotton.
those are breaking camps where they actually would break the slaves in Jamaica. So those were like the most intense concentration camps of slavery.
Yeah.
Real quick, Atum. I know you want to get in there, and I know Canary's running the show. Common, but I did want to say goodbye to everybody, and I didn't want to just drop off and be weird.
You're
So
cool.
I hope
Thank you
y'all
for
have a great
coming.
day.
Thank you for coming.
Absolutely. Canary, before I go, yeah, I might have to adjust my moderator list because it seemed that you all remember that you was one of my first followers. But okay.
I know. Listen, it's a different picture. When I looked at your
Okay.
the thing, right? I'm so sorry. I apologize. So when I looked at your username with the emojis, I was like, "Oh, you used to have like a brown hat, a tan hat kind of thing on."
There you go. The
Yeah.
mailman.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when I saw the face, like
Okay.
the old picture that you had, your hat really didn't show your face to the point that I didn't realize you're even the same person until I started really listening to your voice, and then I saw the emojis in the thing. I was like, oh shit, that's Corey.
Thank you. Okay,
I
that's all I really wanted.
apologize.
I
I
feel good now.
apologize.
All right then.
I do. I acknowledge. I take accountability, and I apologize. All right,
All right,
y'all.
for sure.
I'm gonna let you down. Thank you so much for coming, Corey.
No problem.
Oh, yeah. All right.
You know,
Go ahead.
as a
And then I
as
want to
a
get to the two at the top because they haven't got to speak
I
at all.
do I
But go
do
ahead.
know
I wanted to say bye to everybody,
just
and then
quickly. I'm
again,
gonna say
like
this quickly.
Oh, let him say goodbye if he's
I'm gonna
goodbye.
say
I just want to say bye to everybody. But again, I wasn't saying that I was better than anybody in any kind of way. I was just saying due to the upbringing of myself. That was it, you know. But other than that, you know, I appreciate you allowing me to come up here and you know, voice my opinion on the first prompt. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
All right.
Safe.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take
He
care,
still
bro.
don't get it, but it's okay. Not everybody's going to be free, I guess. Go ahead, Biggs, and then let's make our way all the way up to the other two gentlemen that are here and haven't spoke yet.
Just quickly, you know, I do remember a time when, because I was one of the first generations that came up here, and some of the Black Americans was, you know, in schools were making fun of us, calling me African booty scratcher. I'm one of the first generation that had to get that kind of verbal abuse. I didn't understand where it was coming from at the time. Maybe it was a little bit of intimidation, like you guys are different from us, and they just being kids and saying stuff like that. But to the Black Americans that also felt in a lot of ways that they were better than these people that came abroad, I seen that with a lot of original Black people. Now, I'm not going to say that whole fault to them on that. Was, you know, ignorance is ignorance. Whether you talk about Black American ignorance, Haitian, basically. Ignorance, or Jamaican ignorance, or Trinidadian immigrants, Nigerian ignorance. There was some ignorance going on with our Black people in the whole. So that caused a lot of, you know, bumping heads back
I
then.
want to kind of get off the FBA talk for a little bit, and I get it. Like that is a live of its own, and I just kind of honestly I didn't mean to spin off into this whole diatribe on it, but it was like I had a moment to talk to one of quote unquote my own people, in things that we do that are harmful, and he had done it in the moment. But I do want to like bring us back to the prompt. So Jay Will hasn't gotten a chance to touch the prompt at all. I've got 1, 2, 3 new people and a mod at the top. So let me get a chance to get to everybody. Jay Will, pick out any prompt. The floor is yours. Go right on ahead. We're getting off the FBA versus Caribbean people versus African people talk for a little bit.
Now you know I'm on to cause chaos. You can probably go to somebody who's probably gonna have oppositional views, because the answer is gonna be fuck no, hell no, and definitely no. Boys don't need to follow. Men is currently constructed, no. When you ask them for what, niggas give shit like, oh, he need to learn how to stand up to pee and represent. That nigga said representation. Representation doing fucking what? Coming home and being an extra mouth to feed and not participating with the kids. Like, most of the time, the only interaction men have with their children is when they're fucking yelling at them and saying, oh, I'm gonna beat your ass. Like, that is the function of how most fathers behave at home. You go to work, you bring your ass home, you kick your feet up, and you turn 2K on. You don't interact with your wife or the child's mom. You don't interact with the kids. So what the fuck are you needed for? You don't offer anything. Nigga said emotional regulation. Men don't practice emotional regulation. We practice stoicism. So again, what's the point? What do you need it for?
Listen, it's
Hold
a
up, I
reason.
got, I
It's a
got
reason
to.
to
Can I
be.
respond to that?
No, I'm gonna make my way on up. So if you want to respond to anybody, you can when it's your goal. And I'm gonna start enforcing the 2-minute thing, because we got a lot of people on the panel, and we really got derailed.
I've been
And
on here for. I haven't spoke. I've been on here for like 20,
I know,
30
and the
minutes.
person that's underneath. So the way that TikTok does it is it places you guys in the order, so I don't have to try to remember who was here first. So the gentleman that's right below you with the mask on, the nurse, he was here before you, and then you would be after him. I'm gonna skip Biggs. Biggs has been talking, so I'm gonna go right to Nurse Health 42, then you, then maybe in that order. Nurse 42, you got the floor.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Very interesting topic about which I was talking about with Jamaica and everything. But to talk about the prompt, do boys need a father? I 100% believe that, yes. And I'm just gonna keep it short because I only got 2 minutes. But I think boys needs a father because first they need to know their identity or where they come from, not just culture or religious belief, but who actually their father is, so they know how they are. It's like genetics. If you want to know how you're built, if you want to know who you look like, you go through DNA, RNA, and they match those traits or who your father is or who your mother is. So if a boy don't have no identity, there's a quite chance that he could be misled in the world or who he really is because he don't know who his father is. And it's pretty much self-explanatory. I don't really have to say too much about that because we all know, especially with black fathers, that's not in their black sons' lives. They end up in prison or they end up in a grave. Now, I'm not saying that for all because some do find, an uncle. They find a mentor. They'll find something, but I do think it's important for that boy needs a father. I know I see another one where it says women are better off with women. I need a little more clarity of that. Are you saying women being in relationship with women or just women with women?
So let's put a hold on that one until everybody gets a chance to talk about the first one, and then we'll come back and we'll all talk about that one because it's starting to get a little bit chaotic to jump all
Gotcha.
over. But
Gotcha.
yeah.
Well, I'll just keep it at the first one. This has
So
something about the third one, but I'll keep it at the first one.
so let me ask you this. If needing to know who they are through the father's side for identity purposes are, what if his father is a criminal? Would that make that boy feel that he's destined to be a criminal?
Yes, it might put some thoughts in it. Well, I'm not gonna say might. It will put some thoughts in his head because he might say, "Well, darn, then criminal is in my blood." I have a lot of friends that I grew up with. I'm from Camden, New Jersey, so
Hey,
I'm from
Jersey.
Jersey too. Yes, right. I'm from Camden, New Jersey,
I used to
and
work at Cooper.
oh, really? Oh, wow. But Cooper was like a couple of minutes. I could walk there, but anyway.
Yeah.
I grew up in Cramen Hill. Cramen Hill is not what it is right now. Cramen Hill is peaceful, squirrels running around. It's a whole romantic movie you can look at in Cramen Hill. But when I grew up in Cramen Hill, around between 7 and 12, there was dead bodies in my backyard. There was people getting shot every night. There was times where we knew a shootout was going to happen. We all had to be in the house before the street lights came on. It was really cruel out there, and it got so bad that my mom was like, "Look, we moving." That's when we moved to Willenboro. But I have friends that did dope, that did drugs, and
Hit me on the
they'll
back
find
end,
out
friend. We don't live far from each other.
I lived on 33rd Street.
No, because I'm not gonna dox myself because I be getting hate email and death threats all the time because I talk about niggas ain't being shit. So I'm not, you know what I'm saying? That's why I said hit me on a
Right.
back end, friend. That's what I say
Oh,
because
okay, got you.
listen, listen.
you.
Every once in a while, look, I done had niggas jump in my email, tell me that they want to put their big fat dick in my mouth to shut me up. All kinds of crazy
Oh,
shit. Listen,
nah,
all
that's not
kinds
me.
of crazy shit I get
But
in
to
my
say
DMs from
this,
time to time.
they might have in their minds like because my dad was a drug dealer They might feel like they can't turn their life around. So yeah, they will have that. But believe it or not, even though their dad might be criminals, there's always something good in that person, even though all you heard was the bad stuff. There's no such thing that just because that person in jail for murder or no matter what they did, it does not mean they don't have gifts. It does not mean they don't have talents. It does not mean they don't have something good in them that you can pull out of them instead of just knowing what they did that was just wrong. And I think a lot of times all we do is focus on what they did, which was wrong, but no one ever sat down and talked to them psychologically to see, like, you know what, there's some good in this person. He
I
still
don't
got good in
know.
him, but
Whenever
all
I
we
think
do is
about
focus
that,
on what they did was bad.
I don't know. Whenever I think about
Nigga,
that, I be
what?
thinking about Boosie buying a bitch for his son. I'll be
Oh,
honest
jeez.
with you. Like that's where my brain goes when I start thinking about that. But
Right.
let me move on up to maybe. Maybe you got the floor.
Okay. As far as like, do boys need fathers in their lives? My answer would be yes, but I'm more so of like, I guess, arguing semantics, as people would say, because just because like you're a man and you have a kid, that doesn't make you a father. That just makes you like a dad or like a sperm donor per se. I think of like a father as like somebody who's active in their kid's life, taking care of their kids, necessarily things like that, doing what a man is supposed to do when he has a child. And being a father doesn't necessarily mean it has to be your kid. That's why we have like, stepdads can be like father figures, like an uncle, a grandpa, things like that. That's what I view like a father as. And the reason I say that they need fathers in their lives because like it's scientifically proven that men and women offer benefits to children. Like with men, I believe it's like it's supposed to be like cognitive development, things like that. Helps with problem solving skills. What else? Let me see.
Can you cite that source?
It helps with yeah, I got you. I'll drop it in the comments. It helps with behavioral benefits, and different things like that.
Where you get it
So,
from?
and I just feel like most people who like, I understand like the whole oh, children don't need because men are this and that, men do this and that to kids, men do this and that to women. I understand that whole like topic and everything like that, and I do agree. But men who do that, they're not like fathers to me, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's just like my take on it. To like basically like keep it simple and short.
So, you said men help boys develop like cognitive and problem solving skills, etc., right? So, I
Yeah.
am pro woman, and despite it's let the men talk, please know that my audience is not about men. My audience is about women, and a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times the ladies like to come and hear the things that y'all have to say, especially when it's heinous, because we be saying like, yo, men think heinous things, and then y'all come up here and prove it, right? So, truth be told, and that happens every single day. There's not a day that I don't have a man come up here and say heinous things. I had back-to-back crash outs where this man told us that he hates black women yesterday. Like, he went on for 3 minutes straight with music in the background on all of this shit, how he felt about women and he hated us and all this other kind of stuff. And when he was done, he said, "Whew, I feel better," right? So when I tell women that men feel this way about us, there's some women that need to hear a man say it.
Agreed.
So
And I
now,
advocate against those men.
okay.
Like I hate them.
So let me say this: if fathers are the ones that are helping boys have cognitive development and critical thinking skills, etc., can I recommend to women that when they go on a first date and that man says that their father wasn't in their life, she should just pick up her pocketbook and go? Because that man is not going to have cognitive development and he's not going to have critical thinking skills because he didn't have a father.
That's
No,
kind
no,
of
no,
part of
no.
Nigerian
I'm not
culture in a
saying
lot of
that.
ways.
No, why are
I'm
you
not
not
saying
saying
that.
that, sir? Why are you not saying that? Because you're saying that it's the
I was
fathers
trying to
that are
respond.
bringing in the cognitive development and the problem solving skills. Why would I be with somebody that doesn't have cognitive development or critical thinking skills when those skills come from the father? And
I
you,
was
sir, are letting me know that you can't have any of that because you didn't have a father.
I was trying to respond when I
Go
was
ahead.
saying like that's not what I'm saying, but somebody cut me off.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that only fathers do that. I'm saying that they help with that.
Okay,
That's
so
what I'm
if
saying.
not only fathers are doing that, and we now know that it's possible that mothers are doing that, then the father is optional.
Hi.
Hi,
I
sweetheart.
wouldn't.
So
Oh, sorry. That's my.
I know it sounds like your kid. It's okay.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is
Hi.
that
She said hi, buddy. It's okay.
hi, sweetheart.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that then the father is optional. If we're gonna say that these skills come from the father, then the father is not optional. He's necessary, right? And it's a need, like it says up there. And I put need in caps on purpose, right? Then it's a need. But if you're telling me that you could still get those skills in other places, then it's not a need, and it's optional. Might be beneficial if he himself comes with those skills, right? But it's not a need because the child could get the skills elsewhere.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. If that's like the logic, then yes.
Right? Because you can't be like, oh, the men are doing the cognitive skills and the men are doing the critical thinking development. That means every man that didn't have his father ain't got none of that shit. And it doesn't matter why the father wasn't there. It could be the father wasn't there because he died. It could be the father wasn't there because he left. It could be because the mother left. It could be, his mama was actually keeping his child from the blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Your daddy wasn't there and I don't care why. You ain't got no cognitive development and you ain't got no critical thinking skills. I'm going to take up my pocketbook and go. Tell them to send back the appetizers. I'm out of here.
I agree. I can understand where that coming from.
Right? And let me tell you what I find really interesting. Men will come into my space and give me 100 reasons why the father is required. And that's fine. But then when I say, then women should avoid fatherless men, then we backtrack all of the things. Because what I realized that it's very important that men protect other men's access to pussy. Because if you said to me just then, you're right, Yellow, these men are not going to have cognitive development skills. They're not going to have critical thinking skills. Those men can't get pussy. If Yellow is out here telling all of them, if the man tells you that his dad wasn't around, you should just pick up your pocketbook and go. Don't even eat the appetizers. See, it's actually more important to you to prove that men should get pussy than prove that fathers are needed.
Wait, so you're asking me if I personally feel like just because a father wasn't in life, women should not be with you? Is that what you're asking me?
Well, if you're saying that the father is the one that brings cognitive development and critical thinking skills, who the fuck wants to be with somebody who's cognitively underdeveloped and has no critical thinking skills? And that same Negro is going to probably tell me he wants to be the leader.
Okay, I get what you're saying. If it's only the father who brings said things, then I would agree with you that yes, you should not be with the man who does not have those skills. That's why I wasn't saying like the father only brings that. I was saying like he helps with those things.
So does the grandma.
But if that's the case, then yeah.
So does the
I would say
grandma.
that if a man doesn't have like emotional intelligence, he can regulate his emotions. If he can't do like those certain things, like he doesn't have cognitive dissonance, he can't make proper decisions, then yes, you should not be with said man.
I agree.
Yeah.
Also, with fathers,
But is that related to the presence of the father?
Yes.
In a sense, yes. That's why
So
I said
then if you're
scientifically
saying
proven.
that it is, then I need to tell women to avoid fatherless men.
No, ideally. He's talking about ideally.
It's not.
That's all he's saying is that under ideal circumstances, a man that you're dating,
Y'all
if he
fighting
had a
for the
father-
pussy for these men. Go ahead.
No,
You fighting
there's
for
a father in the
fatherless men to
household.
have pussy. Go on.
Every situation is different because
What's the name?
sometimes a woman, the mother of the child, she could have had her mother and her father, and she might have the strength to sit out here and be real strong with her sons. Not all women, but there's some women that had their fathers and mothers, and therefore they may have two types of traits in them that they can actually help their sons out.
So then
But for the-
fathers are not a need.
no,
That's what I said. I said yes. Fathers are optional.
Thank you.
I conceded to that. I said fathers are optional.
I'm talking to the one at the bottom that's fighting
Oh, yeah,
for his
yeah,
life
below
so
me,
that
no.
fatherless men can still get pussy.
No, I'm not saying fathers. I actually totally agree with you on that point. Like, no, fathers. If it's my daughter, I would say if he doesn't have a father in his life, run. You know, and I don't care what he wants. I don't care that he likes her. No, you can't, because I have no time to have my daughter taking a chance on you to see whether whether you're morally
Now, does it
sound.
matter what kind of father he was or as long as she had a daddy?
And that also matters too, because there's a lot of fathers that didn't have their father, and they're just as they might as well have not had a father because some
So
of
how
them are
many
stupid.
generations back do we need to go?
I don't know. It's each, you see, we can't say all. If we say all, I don't know, but it should be 90% of the time run.
Are you
So
saying like
who's the
as far as like
10%? What qualifies you to be the 10%? Like, what qualifies me to say that you're probably lacking in cognitive development and critical thinking skills because your daddy was missing, but you might be the offset. So how does he prove that he's the offset?
I also have to look at the mother and how she was raised. If she was raised tough and she was raised strong and she had a lot of male influence, there's a chance that she may be able to give that off to her son. There's a chance. But there's some women that they
I'm
also didn't have
asking
their
you,
mothers.
listen, over here, I'm always advising women, right? I'm always advising women. Y'all gentlemen, whether you realize it or not, you're up here to help advise women, right? This is a woman-centered space, despite the fact that it's let the men talk, right? If you look at the
You
comments, it's
know them
almost
by
all
their
women,
fruits. I mean,
right?
that's the 10%.
So
You know them by the fruits.
what fruit?
So if you, so if you're,
Mangoes?
no, you'll know if this man did not have this guy that's dating your friend, or was she's looking to date him, and he did not have a father,
Mhm.
but you'll know him of his fruits in the sense of what kind of employment does he have, how does he hold himself, how does he speak, where has been his history, has he disciplined himself, and has made up for what the lack could be.
Do you
But there's still
know
the
you can
point
have
still
all of
remains
those
is
things?
that
You know
the
you can have all of
fundamental,
those things and still treat me like shit.
yes, you can. But
if he
I don't mean
is,
to cut you
is he
off.
respectful to his mother?
I
The
don't
point
I
is
don't
that looking at a person's background prior to getting hooked up with them is an important thing. One of them is, did you come from a two-parent household that was stable and had some decency and some love in there?
No, I would
That.
disagree. I would
Hold
highly
on, let me
disagree with what you're
let me
saying.
let Autumn get his 2 minutes. His 2 minutes uninterrupted. Go ahead, Autumn. I'm starting the clock.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So in other cultures, where the person you date is someone your parents would choose for you. One of the things the parents would look at is, what kind of family is this, before they bring a boy home to meet their daughter. What kind of boy is this? Meaning, what kind of family does he come from? Because the fruit does not fall too far from the tree. So to look at what's going on in that family, what is the family's reputation, is a
So
major part. So
so
what
in this
what a lot
case,
of the
the family he comes from is a fatherless one.
yeah, so that would be a problem. That's what that's what we're all
That's why we
saying
said
here.
we should tell women to avoid fatherless men.
Yes.
You should, yes, you should have tell women to examine the family
No
that he comes from.
yeah, okay, examine the family that he comes from. And if he didn't have a
Yeah,
daddy,
so you
no
want
pussy for
you
you.
want everything
Pick
to
up
be
your
so
pocketbook
black
and
and
leave.
white.
As a matter of fact,
You want everything to
fatherless
be black and
men,
white.
no. As a matter of fact, fatherless men's bloodline should end with them.
Mm.
Why not?
No, see, you look at everything as black and white.
I'm not.
There's always a gray area. So
Listen,
that was a
but you
10%.
can't explain to me what the gray really looks like. So I'm prioritizing the safety of women, and I'm trying to put them in a logical, numerical, best case scenario, right? So we're saying that these men that are fatherless, they lack critical thinking skills, lack cognitive development. They didn't have anybody to show them how to be good men. They don't know who they are. They have problems understanding where they came from. All of these things, right? And you
But you're
want me to
talking to
tell
women who
women
are
to go
fatherless.
take a chance on them.
But you're talking to women who are fatherless daughters as well. So, I mean, you're talking about the broken people and the people that have been a product of slavery and who have been terrorized by white supremacy and poverty and and drug abuse, etc. and so forth. So, I mean, you're talking to women who have fatherless men, fatherless households they come from as well. So,
I can't
to
do
just
shit
try
about it
to make a standard for them that's impossible to meet, where only a minute fraction of men will ever be available to them.
So
there
what?
has to be a little bit of gray area.
No, it
but
doesn't. See,
there has to be some.
because women are getting beat in the gray area. Women are getting killed in the gray area. Women are getting raped in the gray area. Their children are getting touched in the gray area, right? So a man who is lacking all the things that you said he'd be lacking, right? He's going to have an increased chance of those things happening. I want you to understand, and I know that this is very confusing for men, that it is better to die a single woman than to be with a man that's abusive.
And
Y'all
it's better
think
to die
any
a single
fucking
man
No, listen.
than to deal with a toxic woman.
That's fine. I'm cool with that. Less men on the market is better for women anyway. Right?
Exactly.
So, look, again, y'all have a thought that any man, any motherfucker, is better than being single. It's not true. So in the hierarchy of all of this, if you are a woman who wants companionship, right? Who desires companionship, because believe this or not, there are actually women that prefer singleness. Like, it has nothing to do with anything. Like, those type of women historically would go become nuns, right? Like, women like that have always existed. Women who don't want to be paired with anybody. They just want to be by their fucking self. They don't want to fuck nobody. They don't want to be touched. They don't want to be loved. They just want to pray, if praying is what matters to them, or be about their business, or invest in the community. A lot of them, you'll find them inside of churches and things like that. You'll find them in community centers. You'll find them in nonprofit organizations. There are women who just exist like that, and they have no desire to be in relationship with anybody, man, woman, or otherwise. And I think that this is cool because we're starting to kind of like merge from the first one to the second one a little bit, right? If you desire companionship as a woman, your top tier is being with somebody that's going to be healthy with you, right? That's the top tier, right?
Yes.
I would argue
And
that
she
you're,
healthy
hold on
with
one
him.
second. I'm not talking about men. I'm talking about what's best for women, right? And I understand that you're struggling with the idea of focusing on what's best for women. You're struggling with the idea of us having a conversation about what's best for women without making it about men. Right? Because men are always at the center of anything when we talk about happiness. Because the happiness of men always precedes the conversation when we talk about happiness at all. So I am today in this conversation talking about the happiness of women. I'm sure that there are tons of male content creators that are talking about the happiness of men. Right? I'm talking about the happiness of women. Now, the top tier situation is being with somebody that is going to be healthy with you. Right? That's going to be healthy with you. That is going to encourage your hopes and your dreams. That is going to point out when you're fucking up in a loving way and still be there and have your back. Right? That's going to anticipate your needs. That's going to be nurturing. That's going to be kind. That's going to be loving. That's going to be compassionate. Right? I argue you're more likely to find that in a woman that's a partner than a man. Because women have been socialized to be that. Men have not. Women have been socialized. Women have been socialized to be caring, compassionate, and nurturing. Men have not been socialized to be caring, compassionate, and nurturing. Right? And so I'm saying in today's world, no, men are not socialized to do that. They're not socialized to do that.
I guarantee you, you get to ask any divorce lawyers and people who deal with family traumas and dramas and toxicity. Those who really delve.
You want us to go to the Google and ask what are the qualities that men are? Let's go to the Google.
I guarantee you, they're going to tell you.
Let's go to the Google. We don't even have to have this fight.
They're going to tell you. I guarantee you, if you go to any adoption agencies,
I don't need to go to any of them. We can go to Google
not
right
adoption
now.
agencies, but
We can go to Google right now.
How come you're over talking to me? I can't even speak my point. Social services type of people who deal with I guarantee you they'll tell you that there is as many, if not more, toxic women and mothers as there is men.
What qualities are men socialized to have? And let's see if nurturing, compassion, kindness, anticipating needs of their partner
on the ground who deal
are
with
in
broken
there.
houses.
Okay,
Any
let's
police
go.
officer that goes into.
All right, so it says traditional masculine ideas, stoicism, the expectation to not cry, complain, or show signs of distress even when physically or emotionally hurt. Self-reliance, the drive to handle problems independently without asking for help, which can sometimes lead to isolation. Competitiveness, a constant focus on winning, achieving, status, and proving one's strength or competence to others. Dominance and aggression, being socialized to take charge, stand their ground, and avoid being perceived as weak or submissive. Provider-protector mentality, the societal pressure to be the economic pillar and the physical capable guardian. All right, so those are for men. Let's put women in, right? And none of those things are things that I need at home. I'm going to tell you right now, none of those things are things that I need at home. All right, it says, for women, nurturing and caretaking, valuing selflessness, empathy, and putting the physical and emotional needs of others before their own. Relational and collaborative, focusing on cooperation, conflict resolution, and building strong social support systems. Emotionally expressive, being comfortable processing and sharing feelings while also being expected to manage and regulate the emotions of others. Accommodating and polite, exercising gentleness, deference, and a willingness to compromise rather than being overly assertive or demanding. Modest and self-effacing, downplaying personal achievements, prioritizing physical appearance, and avoiding the appearance of being braggadocious or overtly ambitious. Right? Outside of the last one, all of those things are things that I would like to have in a relationship. The things that was on the the man's list are none of the things that I would like to have in a relationship. I don't want somebody competitive with me. I don't want somebody that's going to be, feeling like they need to be the leader. None of the things that were on the man's list are things that I would want inside my home. So what I'm saying is, speaking simply from the perspective of what we're socialized to become, what women have been socialized to, are what I would like to be in a relationship with.
Now you're in dreamland.
You're saying that you want a
You
woman.
are definitely in dreamland. And I can tell you, all of us men here who have dated women, could tell you all that shit you wrote is just that shit. There's many toxic. The category, the way you looked it up, socialized. I mean, I guess
that is what I always said from the beginning.
But I know, but that's not the reality on the ground.
You want to change what it is that I said so that you come out right.
There's many women out there that are psychologically as criminal in their emotional abuse and in their treachery, undercover treachery, as there is men. There is toxicity in women that's completely unconscionable. So you can live in this fantasy land of ideal women are just so much better than men. But in the reality, if you talk to social services and police officers that deal with domestic issues, and anyone who's dated women and had toxic mothers,
do you want to send a letter to Google?
We'll tell you that
do you want to send a letter to Google?
Danger.
Listen, send a letter to Google.
The category you looked under. So what are men socialized for and women socialized for?
Yes, that's what I said.
But it's not practical how it translates on the ground. The way it translates on the ground is if you're looking at long hair, soft voices, and I know every man in this room can agree with me. If you see
why are you sucking the other men into the conversation? The men didn't even say nothing. It's only you talking.
But no, you think that dating a woman is going to be better than dating a man?
You looking for somebody to come save you? You looking for your bromance man?
No, you're trying to say that women are better off with other women, and I'm telling you that the toxicity is everywhere.
I have to say that I have to say honestly, like most men were basically made to have those traits. You know, maybe we could soften up on some of them, but I understand as a woman, maybe you don't feel that way personally, but there's a lot of women that have no problem with that list of what women should be.
No, but she's saying that women should date other women and marry other women because we ain't shit.
I didn't say you weren't
women are
shit.
some kind of as
did
women
not
are
say
some
that.
kind of ideal, perfect
Sir,
creature.
I need
And
you to
anyone who's dated
chill out.
women, no.
Hold on. Okay, so what I'm not going to let you do is change what I said. I said that the qualities that women are socialized to have are the qualities that I would want at home. The qualities that men are socialized to have, I would not want in my home. Let me let Nurse go. Go ahead, Nurse.
Well, I understand what you said, Brett, about the qualities, but that don't mean those qualities are negative about how men are. There are qualities of how men are that are protective, competitors, but they do it in a compassionate way. Like for myself, I've been married for 4.5 years. I'm very compassionate and nurturing to my wife and my children. Now I'm a man about it. I don't do it exactly the way how y'all do it, but I'm compassionate about my family.
So
now,
I
yes,
want you to
I am
know that
competitive.
other men would call you a simp.
Call what?
Other men
Call me
would
what?
call you a
Ain't no
simp.
man gonna call him a simp for
No.
being competitive and how he cares for his family.
Hold on, wait.
They ain't
wait
gonna
a
call
minute.
him a simp. That's a lie.
Hold on, wait a minute. Let me hear what she said. What did you say?
As when you start talking about being loving and compassionate to the woman in your life, the men on this app will call you a simp. Let me tell you something. There's
is
some
that?
very big
What is a
content
simp?
creators
A
in
pussy.
here that are married. So
Well,
yeah, for the most part.
Okay, so they will call me that. Who cares?
Hey, Pub, come on up.
Because what I'm doing for my family is proving that it's working. Because see, everybody has a not everybody, but some people has a misconception about men. They think just because like the list that you read, they think that, oh, see, this is all y'all are, and this is why I don't need that. Well, of course you would say that if you're not a man. And of course we will say certain things about y'all if we're not women. But one thing we have to understand about each other is that God did not make man and a woman to be together for no reason. We have to understand
Sir,
each other or why we the way we are and why do the things we do in a positive way. I'm not talking about negative. I'm talking about in a positive way, so we can get the conception of knowing how to address it.
And the
sir, what I
definition of
want you to
sin.
hold on one second. I'm telling you, and I'm glad because I've got Pub up here. Pub is a family man. He's on this app, and they call him a simp for loving on his family every day.
No, oh my God,
Mm.
that's terrible. The
All right,
people's
so let me
definition
go
of
ahead.
sin.
Let me give Pub the mic. Pub, welcome up. You ain't got to do age or none of that stuff. Just go right on ahead. The floor is yours. We are right now like kind of blending the first two prompts, but you could address, you know what I'm saying? You got the floor. Do what you want.
Bet. What up, Yellow? I was going to address the first two prompts anyway. That's what I wanted to talk about, so that's perfect. Yeah, they call men who don't allow other men to gaslight them into being misogynistic. They call us cucks, simps, panders, betas, everything but a child of God. But what they never call us is wrong. And if they try to call us wrong, they can never prove that I'm wrong in anything that I'm saying. The whole thing about, being a family man and all of that stuff that I try to convey to men is like, hey, bro, your family doesn't owe you anything. Your kids don't owe you anything. You're not sacrificing anything. Get those thoughts out of your head. You are fortunate if you are in a healthy relationship. You are fortunate to have children. You are fortunate to be in a family. Your family is an extension of yourself. So when you go to work, it's not you going to work. It's like your whole family is going to work. So you're not going to work. Actually, everybody in your household is going to work. And all of these things, I really try to have these conversations with men so that men can understand that they can look at the family as a unit, because most men, to Yellow's point, because what I heard you say, Yellow, that really resonated with me was that the qualities that men are socialized to have aren't qualities that most women want. Most women don't want men to have those qualities, and those
In the
qualities aren't
home.
really
In the home. When
in
you
the
get
home
outside the home,
beneficial.
do
Yeah,
whatever the fuck you want. But
maybe.
in the
Yeah,
home,
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't want none of
Maybe they're
that.
beneficial.
None of that
Yeah,
is
maybe
beneficial.
they're beneficial outside the home, but in the home, they're almost never beneficial. And you're right. That's 100% true. There's no, and we're not, and I personally, I'm not talking about what we think men should be like, right? I know men should be strong and be righteous and stand up for the good and all the Superman quotes you want, right? But we are talking about how men actually function. If you can name, and to any man that's disagreeing with anything Yellow is saying, name a good characteristic or quality, a standalone. Like, for an example, if you asked me what is a good quality that women possess, that the overwhelming majority of women possess, and they do it way better and more often and to a way greater degree than men, it would be empathy, it would be nurturing, right? I don't think any of us would argue that women are more empathetic and are better nurturers than men are, correct? I think that's fair to say. Okay, cool. So can you name and those characteristics are standalone good characteristics. You don't need any caveats for it. You don't need in a certain context. Just everybody agrees being nurturing is good. Everybody agrees being empathetic is good. Okay, can you do that for men? That most men possess, that also most women don't possess. Because most men aren't nurturing. Most men aren't empathetic, right? We don't exhibit those traits. So what is the good thing that men do?
Everything that you said just now, what she said when she read that, what men are supposed to be, is really, you actually look at it, it's talking about what men are supposed to do outside in the world. Maybe not in his home, but this is what a man, these traits are expected for a man in this civilization, in this world that we live in. It may not transcend.
Can
to
I
what
answer his
he said.
question though?
One
real quick?
mic, y'all.
please, thank you.
Hey. one mic, or I'm gonna put y'all on Showtime, right? One mic. So the Mr. Biggs is answering the question. I'll let, and if we can each keep it short, like 30 seconds to a minute, then we'll move right on up all the way. All right, and then we'll end back with Pub making commentary on the commentary you guys made. So please, Biggs, go right ahead.
Like I said, everything that she said just now when she read that whole list, that is a list that they're expecting of what a man's supposed to be in this world. Maybe not in his own home, but in this world, those are definition of what a man needs to do to survive in this world.
Can you shrink it down to what would be good in a relationship? Because this truly is about why a woman should choose a man, right? Like all of that competition shit and seeing who could piss the furthest and all that stuff that y'all do with each other, that has nothing to do with me in the home. I want to know, what qualities are y'all socialized to have inside the home that's beneficial? Because he named nurturing and empathy for women, and that's wonderful inside of the home. To be nurturing and empathetic to your partner, that is going to build a beautiful relationship. What are y'all socialized to do that benefits a woman in your home?
It may not benefit the woman, but a lot of that does benefit the children when you're raising them, to teach them how you need to be in the world. Maybe not to the woman when it comes to affection with the woman. It may not benefit the woman, but it definitely does benefit the kids on giving them that strength of what they need to do once they enter the world.
Okay, let's move ahead to Nurse. What you got for us? What would benefit? Which one of the characteristics that men are socialized to have benefits women being in a relationship?
Well, I think I said it already. Plus, what he just said about the.
I didn't hear you because y'all were talking at the same time. Go ahead.
Being compassionate and empathy.
So
that definitely.
You feel that men are socialized to be compassionate and empathetic?
They can be, yes.
Not can be, are. Like
Some
when you
things are
think about
developed.
what society is pressuring young men to turn into, you think it's compassionate and empathy?
Well, okay, if you're going to put society, of course, if you look at society, there's more negative positivity. So, of course, it will put negative structure on men or boys or however you want to look at it. Yes, of course. But when you talk about being a family man and having a woman being safe inside the home with the children, if that man have to have compassion and empathy, then it will be a safe and healthy family as they grow.
Look, we gonna move on up
So,
the line.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead,
be
Pub.
honest
Go
with you,
ahead.
brothers. Neither one of you answered the question. Failed miserably. And here's the thing: you don't think that this is the time for us to be honest with ourselves, right? Because you got to be real. You didn't answer the question. I asked for characteristics. I made it very simple. I gave 2 examples. Both of you failed. You said compassionate. Most men are compassionate. Even you said, and I said no caveats, because I already know how this conversation goes. It's always, certain men, but men between the ages of, born between 1968 and 1970, like,
If it was a Tuesday, if they were born on a Tuesday.
when it's raining, like, yeah, we hear you. I hear you. And any yes, these men can exist. We are talking about, because again, when I said women are nurturing, y'all didn't say not most women. You said, yeah, no, I agree with that, right? What is the standalone positive characteristic that is beneficial in the home that most men possess and we are socialized to have? You don't have an answer. That's the answer.
Discipline.
Okay,
ahead,
so
Otto.
most men are disciplined. And here's the thing about discipline. Discipline is neither good nor bad. Discipline, believe it or
it's
not.
neither
discipline-
and both. It's neither and both.
And both. It's neither and both. What if you're disciplined, but your discipline is you beating your kid every day? You're disciplined, definitely, and you think you are
that's
actually
extreme.
disciplining your child.
That's
Sir,
extreme.
it's not. It is discipline.
The dude that
Come
didn't know
on
what a
now.
simp is.
Listen, we
listen
over
real
here in the
carefully.
black community. We gonna say that it's extreme to think that there's people beating their kids every day.
That's not even extreme.
That's not even
to sit
extreme.
out- To consider that there's somebody that doesn't understand discipline and that you're not supposed to beat somebody
Hold
every
on.
day.
No caveats. No caveats. It has to be applicable to most men. Most men are not disciplined. Most men aren't. Let's be real. Most men, women are significantly more disciplined than men. It shows up in every metric. They live longer than us because they are risk
You're
adverse.
simping.
That takes discipline. See, there goes the simp right there. See, did you see it just happen in real time?
No.
So remember
Listen,
the men.
and
Remember, hey,
Pub,
hold on.
they put it in the comments. What about dick discipline?
Exactly. Most men don't have dick discipline. So,
Don't say
so
most.
and here's,
Don't
and
say
here's, hold
most.
on, wait. Yes, I'm saying most. You can't
Can't say
disprove
most.
it. I can say
Show
most.
me
Without
the
a doubt, I
statistics.
can say
Show me the
most.
statistics that you're getting that from.
On what? On what?
men-
That
that men
95%
don't have
of
dick
men have
discipline.
openly. That 95% of men in a study openly admitted to coercing women to sleep with them. That's dick. That is dick discipline, right? Coercing women to sleep with you.
You know
Okay,
what I
shut
like-
up. Let me finish what I'm saying.
All
What
right,
I'm
I
saying
gotta drop
is,
down,
let me
though, but
finish.
I'll be
Let me
back.
finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm. So, in 4K, remember, brothers, y'all said, "Oh, they wouldn't call you." I think it was him that just ran. Oh, they wouldn't call you a simp. They do call you a simp. That's all y'all got. That's all you got. When nothing you're saying makes sense. When a man doesn't allow you to bully him, when a man doesn't allow you to manipulate him and gaslight him, and he don't fall in rank with all the other men, then all of a sudden he becomes a simp. That's all you got. Be
I'm not
honest.
running. Matter of fact, I don't got nowhere to go because you're saying I'm running. I ain't running.
Okay,
Listen,
yeah. Stand.
the fact of the matter is, can I rebuttal something?
Go
Something
right
with this?
ahead.
All I'm trying to say is that you cannot generalize something if you do not have the statistics for it. And if you say a study, if you ever notice about a lot of these studies, they'll say that they asked 700 people, and out of 700 people, they got their results. And then we sit out here and we blanket that as a whole statement for 8 billion people. Even these studies have to be questioned.
How many
You cannot-
people
you
need to
cannot
be in a
just-
study before you would call it reliable?
You would have to ask everybody in the world.
That's
and
not
no study has
possible.
ever done that.
So
You
if
cannot
that's the
say
case,
that.
then listen.
Exactly.
So let me
That's why
ask
you
you
have to question
something.
these studies.
So look, so let's say that you were sick, right? Or somebody that you care about was sick, and a new medication came out, and they said that they did a study on 8,000 black people with this medication, right? And it was effective and safe for 92% of them. Would you go ahead and advise your family member to take the medication, or would you say they didn't ask every black person on the earth?
I would advise them, just like with COVID. I would, like when COVID happened, like, no, you cannot just say because they say that they're the so-called standard. They know what's
And
right for everybody.
the other
and then they
option
be
is
wrong.
dead. By the way, the other option is dead.
There's other options that they're not actually pursuing. They just saying
Listen
that
to what I'm
we
saying.
say
They've tried all the different things, because if you're looking at something that now is a study, and I'm so glad there's another nurse on the panel, right? Which, by the way, the chances of 92% and that they did the study on black people is like slim to zero, by the way, right? Because black people don't participate in medical studies because they think that every time there's a medical study that they're going to get that it is going to be Tuskegee experiment all
Tuskegee.
over again. Yeah. So at the end of the day, we really don't ever get to know what medications are best for black people or what procedures are best for black people. We actually end up in medical trial and error where somebody just goes ahead and do it. And then we find out how many of us died. You know what I'm saying? We don't participate in medical studies because we think we're going to get Tuskegee. So we're always missing that information anyway. But in the pretend case,
That's true.
in the pretend case, and listen, I'm not mad at black people for it. I want you to understand. Even I see both sides. It's just that you can't complain about it, right? You can't be like, there ain't no studies that are about black people, and I'm like, there ain't no black people that participate in studies. Oh, it's always an all-white jury because black people try their best to get out of jury duty. Right? Like, you can't keep complaining about us not being in places that we do everything we can do to not be in. Right? Oh, the jury was all white. How many black people were asked to be on the jury and said some fuck shit so they'd get excused? Right? Let's be honest. Right? Like,
Hey, when they asked me to go to jury duty, I said I have I do have a special needs son, and I do need to take care of him. But I could have got my wife to take care of him, and I was like,
sir, me too. Listen, guilty. I'll be like, I'm an RN and I can't get the time off and I can't this and that, whatever. Listen, until my youngest one, I was like, I have a child under 7 until the youngest one wasn't 7 anymore. And listen, I kept whatever I could fucking come up with. I was like, I'm the only person that makes money in my house. I'm not from you know what I mean? There's not 2 income in my home. I can't not work. I will be homeless. Listen, all of the things, right? But I also simultaneously don't say, well, there ain't no black people on the jury, because I know what black people do. I'm black people. I know what black people do. I'm black
Yep.
people. It's me, right?
Yeah, I don't
But
do that. I don't complain about studies. Like, just to your point, I'm not say, like, even though I'm not on the jury, I don't say, oh, of course it's an all white jury. You know what I mean? Like, I know it's going to be an all white jury. To
yeah,
your
because
point,
the niggas
of
ain't
course,
trying
I'm
to
not
be on
out
the
here.
jury.
I know they ain't trying to be there, and I would never. Real quick before I get too far off the track, sir, that is the most anti-intellectual approach to anything. Like saying that everybody in the world needs to be asked about something. There is a process called peer review. You should look it up. It is pretty ironclad when something is peer reviewed. But science can change. That's the thing about science. Things can be challenged.
Exactly.
Things can be changed. I know. I mean, I'm not proving your point. We know this. Two things can be true at the same time. It doesn't make something not true. It just means it's just that, things do change and humans do evolve and so on and so forth. So what may be true today may not be true in 50 years. But as of today, right, you cannot believe the studies. You cannot believe the studies that say that 1 in 4 women will be sexually assaulted and 1 in 5 girls will be sexually assaulted and 1 in 6 boys will be sexually assaulted in their lifetime. You cannot believe the studies that talk about and it's astronomically high on college campuses. It's even higher for girls and women. You cannot believe the studies about the women, all the women, the scores of women who report DV. 1 in 4 women will be DV'd in their lifetime. You cannot believe that if you want to. You may need to go around and ask every single woman on the face of the planet just so you can have an idea. And even then, I have a feeling you wouldn't believe them. But that's neither here
When
nor
they say
there.
educate, what you're saying is not ironclad. You're saying something's an educated
No,
guess, but it's
nothing
not
is
ironclad.
ironclad, brother. Nothing is
But you said that. You just said it's ironclad that you
That's
can trust
not.
their
Yeah,
studies.
I'm saying
No,
period.
pause right now. What he said is peer reviewed is pretty close to ironclad. Do you know what peer reviewed is? And if you don't know, it's okay. I will not make fun of you or berate you for not knowing. I will just simply explain it.
Just explain it instead of being
Hold
all
on.
fake
What do you
humble.
mean? I'm not being
Nothing.
fake. Because he could say, listen, I'm not going to
Y'all let us talk.
I'm not going to embarrass him or berate him and explain it to him and mansplain it to him, womansplain it to him if he already fucking
There's
knows.
other people on the board, other people listening
Okay,
in.
so you don't know
That's
what it is. I
sneaky
can
little
explain it.
gaslighting
Right?
thing.
So basically
That's
what
that
it
sneaky psyop thing I'm talking
No,
about.
it wasn't.
About
I'm
women,
actually
guys.
being very
They're
genuine. And
just as
listen, why
cruel
are
as
you
men.
over talking me? Why are you over talking me? First of all, I'm very genuine about that. And if you're somebody that's here often, you know that when it comes to educating people on something that they may not already know, I'm always genuine about it. Sometimes it's a woman. Sometimes it's somebody in the comments. There are times where in the comments I'll say, hey, is there anybody that doesn't know what this is? And somebody will raise their hand and I'll explain it. I don't ever berate people for not already knowing something. Right? So we're having language that maybe he doesn't know, and it's okay, right? If that's not your trainer thing, you wouldn't know. So look, peer review means that basically somebody ran the study and they got results, right? Then they're going to send those results into the professional community, and another person will rerun the study in their demographics with a totally different group of people. And then maybe another person will rerun the study with a whole nother demographic of people. And if all of these different sectors get the same results, then they will consider that study peer reviewed. It requires another group of people to rerun the study, right? Because those people are their peers, right? So that's when he said it's pretty ironclad. It means that if you're rerunning it and rerunning it and rerunning it and basically getting the same results every time, we're going, or pretty close to the same results every time. Somebody got 86%, somebody else got 88. Like, we're not stressing over that, right? So that's why we say that's as close to ironclad as you can get. That's not to berate anybody. I was just asking if the education was needed.
That's true.
But my issue though is the greater issue I
They
was
said
talking
that
about
about the COVID-19 vaccines.
is that men are more sensitive than women. Men are more empathetic than women and more compassionate. The only difference is that we just don't feel that it's accepted by society to express it. But that's one of the reasons why we become so hyperly sexual and have these problems, is because we're denying who we really are.
Okay.
But deep down inside,
Sir, Autumn, look at God. You're correct. You're breaking up. We can't hear you.
You can ask a man right now. You can ask men right now.
Sir,
You
you're
can
in
ask men right now on
you're
this
in the
panel.
Wi-Fi void. right? You're breaking up. We can't hear you.
How about now?
So listen, I'm going to reply to what
How about now?
Listen, I'm going to reply to what you're saying about you guys being all of those things, more empathetic to women, blah, 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 than women, blah, 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 right? My argument is this. I'm not a man. I don't know what y'all experience on your inners, okay? I don't know. So let's play pretend that that's even true, okay? Even if you're feeling all of those things, but you don't display them in the relationship, they're of no use to me. You could be feeling more empathetic than me, but you behave less empathetic. It's of no use to me. You could be more caring, more loving, more kind, more thoughtful, but you don't do any of those things. It's of no use to me. So even after you sit there and say, hey, listen, men are all of these wonderful characteristics that are humane more than women are. It's just that society doesn't allow us to express it. If you don't express it, it's useless.
Also, when he says that he's actually proving, hold on, brother, you're actually proving the point, right? So when you say society, that is a code word for men, because men control society. So men dictate what is happening in society for the most part. So if society is rejecting men who are empathetic or express empathy, you're saying men shame men for being empathetic, which means what? Men aren't empathetic. You walked headfirst into the point.
Women have a big part of that. They want to dominate the feeling sector, so they don't even want a man to express weakness or vulnerability, because they want to occupy that space. And also to say it's no use of me just if they are empathetic is also destructive. But to say I would like to learn how I can bring that out in men or create a safe space for men to be that way.
That's not my responsibility. That's not my responsibility. Listen, creating no, listen to me. No, it's not. It's not my responsibility. Listen to me and listen to me well. It is not my responsibility to put nor is it the responsibility of any other woman or young girl that's dating, like we're talking about teenagers and things to that effect, right? Sir, please do not overtalk. I'm telling you right now, don't do it, right? They're going to end up dropping you. You're already at 5 cranes, right? They have sent the thing. Sir, thank you for coming. It's been nice. Is there anything you'd like to say before you go?
Yes. It's just that if
Goodbye, sir. Listen.
I hear what you're saying. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I understand what I've got the guy's name, the Pub, I think it's called.
Yeah. I'm gonna finish my point though. Even though, give me 1 second, and I won't be long, right? It's not the responsibility of women or young girls that are dating, right? Teenage girls that are dating, to take a man that lacks empathy and be the person that teaches him to do it, because you have to be abused in that process. You have to be neglected in that process. You have to receive cruelty in that process, right? So whatever it is that y'all need to do and whoever it is that needs to teach it to you, you need to arrive that way. I'm not even one of these women that said all the men have to have 6 figures or da-da-da-da-da. I'm not even the woman that says that, right? I do recommend women not to date anybody that makes less than 80 to 90% of what she makes, because men can't handle it, right? And you're going to get nonsense like, oh, you big boss, oh, I see you big money, right? So that you don't have to deal with that shit. Like, I don't recommend women dating any man that makes less than 80 to 90% of what you make. So you could make a little tiny bit less, because life is life, and maybe you make that much that it's hard, right? But and that's just so you could avoid the man bullshit, right? But the amount of stress and abuse that you have to go through while loving somebody and teaching them how to love is not worth it, and it's not your responsibility. Don't do it. You meet a man and he's unempathetic, don't be the one to teach him. That's not your responsibility. It's not your place, and you're going to suffer trying to do it, and at the end you might not even accomplish it. You got a better chance of not accomplishing it than do. I will admit that perhaps after many, many, many years you might be able to do it, but the chances are slim. All right, go ahead, nurse. And then Pub.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, I was just hearing what he was saying, what you were saying, not doing a bunch of talking. I mean, I said what I had to say, of course, but I always learn better when I hear other people coming from the perspective of the question that they're asking. So I do agree with what you're saying that you have to show that, and that's why, with my family having a 16-month-old and a baby on the way, I really have to show that. I can't show the opposite of what you were saying because that would just make me a hypocrite. So I do have to show those traits, and it's important that men do show that not only in their own house but also in society where there's so much cruelty and negativity. Because you got to be, I just think men has to be that hope that
But
there
most
are
men
still
don't,
good
brother.
men out there.
But the
I
problem
know,
is,
I know
but that's
most,
that's what we're saying,
I
though,
know most
nurse.
men don't.
No, but nurse, hold on, brother. But that's what we're saying. It's not about
Right,
you or me personally, right? It's not about
right.
anybody we know personally. It could be, but it's not, right? We're talking about most men. We've been talking about most men. It's a general conversation. I hear you. I respect you. You got your thing going with your family. I love it. Everybody appreciates that. I'm sure your wife and your kids love you. But we are saying if it doesn't apply to most men, then what are we talking about? Most men are empathetic. Most men are nurturing. Most men aren't caring. And back to the original point that Yellow made, we have yet to hear any examples of men exhibiting healthy behaviors consistently in relationships. What does that look like? What characteristics do men embody? That's all. That's all I want to know. What positive characteristics do men embody? Because I'm. Go ahead, Yellow.
So, nurse, you said that this is why I normally try to stay out of the personal thing. That's why I put the no personal stories up there. But here we are, right? You said you have a couple of children. Are any of them girls?
One on the way.
One on the way is a girl. Are you going to tell her to trust
Yeah.
most men because most men are empathetic and most men are kind and most men are good?
No, of course you have to teach them a certain way. So no, I
No,
wouldn't tell
I'm
them to trust
asking you,
most
are
men.
you going to tell her to trust most men?
No, I'm not gonna tell her that
Why not?
because it's just common sense that you're not supposed to trust most people anyway. You have to
Well,
really know a
no, a
person.
time is going to come in that fetus soon to be baby's life, right? Where she's going to go out
Right.
into the world, and let's presume that she's heterosexual, right? And she will become interested in dating men. And you are going to be responsible for giving her good advice. You're going to be
Right.
that's part of your responsibility as a present father, right?
Right.
Is your advice going to be you can trust most men?
No, that's not my
Why?
advice.
And tell me why it's not going to be that.
Because the world we live in now is not healthy. It's what I mean. Look, I understand what you're saying. And I understand what he's saying. It's just common sense to teach
Now,
your children.
what do you think the characteristics that most men that will want to date your daughter are?
I mean, of course, there's men out here that's trickery. They just to get the draws. They use you for your money, use you for whatever. It's not always good men out here. We all know that. I mean, that's common sense to teach your daughters that.
Because, and I'm going to talk to Pub on this. Do you ever notice that it's the minority of men that are bad when we're talking about men, but it becomes the majority of men that are bad when we talk about their daughters?
Yeah, that's always
Right?
because men know
Men are
that
not doing this,
are.
and men are not. It's not all men. No, 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 no. But then, as soon as we're like, well, what would you advise your daughter? Oh, I'd tell my daughter to be careful because there's trickery and rapists, and there's murderers and femiciders and domestic
But isn't that
violators,
common
and
sense?
you're like, what happened a minute ago? We were trusting the men.
Of course, you can't trust all men. Like, of course,
Is it
you can't
most
trust-
men though? Forget
Right, but
all. Fuck the word all. All is bullshit. There's always exceptions to the rule.
Yeah, of course.
I'm asking because listen, I'm not a not all men kind of girly, but I do believe that there are so many men that it's not worth the risk. Right?
Right.
And that's two different things. So I acknowledge that there are probably some decent men out there on the planet. What I'm saying is that there's so many awful ones that it's not worth the risk of trying to find those ones.
I
Right?
agree.
Like I'm not Goldilocks. I'm not too hot, too cold. Too hot, you done burnt up the inside of my mouth. You know what? I'm good. I don't even want to keep eating porridge out of your house. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
I got
That's true.
sores and third degree burns. I'm seeing the bottom of my tongue from the first part of my tongue. I got You know the pus that comes when you get a burn. You get that first lump and then it fills. That's what's going on in my tongue. All whatever. My fucking uvula is burnt. What the fuck? Well, I don't even want to eat porridge in here no more. Waiting to see if the next one's too cold or just right.
Also, can we also establish this as well? Saying that, oh, most men, like, okay, you would tell your daughter not to trust most people, and I don't know in what capacity you're saying don't trust people. We're saying, just in general, we're saying like you're gonna teach your daughter to be wary of men in particular. Like there's a different level of there's a different threat level with men. You understand that, I understand that. So you're not gonna teach them the same when it comes to women. And my question to you would be, do you plan on putting your kids into like daycare or anything like that?
No.
No, they're never going to have to be in it. Do you think if you were to do that, if you were to have to do that and you had to drop them off at daycare and it was a daycare ran by all men or a daycare ran by all women, which one would you feel more comfortable leaving your child?
Of course, I would probably be more comfortable running with all women.
Yeah. So you understand that there is a fundamental difference in
Yes,
men
I
and
do.
women. Yeah.
Yes,
So
I do.
saying
Let me
yeah.
add to that too, right? So the daycare is a great example. Let me give you another one, right? Because you're gonna have a daughter, and you already have a son. So let's say your daughter is 5 years old. You're out with the daughter. Y'all are in the mall. You're getting ready to get something for mommy for her birthday. Y'all are at the mall together. You brought your daughter with you, right? Not your son, just you and your daughter. Son is in some type of sports activity because he's a little bit older. He's out there, right? Now your daughter says she needs to go to the bathroom, right? You cannot do any options other than the ones I present, okay? Please do not create a different option. It's just the ones that I'm giving you, okay? Would you feel more comfortable with the idea of a random woman that's going into the bathroom and you say, hey, listen, she's got to go to the bathroom. Can you take her in there with you? Can you take her in there with you and just watch over her? You know what I mean? Would you feel more comfortable with doing that? Or would you feel more comfortable with your wife doing that with your 5-year-old son, finding a random man and saying, hey, he needs to go to the bathroom. I can't bring him in there, right? Can you watch over my son when he goes to the bathroom? Which one gives you more angst? Which idea gives you more angst?
Both of them. I wouldn't do neither. They gonna have to pee on themselves. I wouldn't ask a random woman that I don't know that's a stranger to take my daughter into the bathroom. Neither will I will allow my wife to or if my wife takes my son and asks some random guy like, hey, I can't go in the bathroom, can you take him? No, neither. That's strange.
I'm going to tell you as a woman that this happens all the time, by the way. That a man will be out with his daughter and they will ask a random woman like, hey, listen, she needs to go into the bathroom. Like, can you just keep an eye on her? I'm telling you that this shit happens. As a woman, this has happened to me more than one time. If you're somebody in the comments and you're a woman and you have either had that happen to you or you know somebody that has happened to, throw one in the comments. I'm telling you that this happens frequently where fathers are there and they're with the daughter and they're like, I don't want to bring her into my bathroom and I don't want as an adult man to go into the women's bathroom, right? Because somehow the PT community has made the bathroom a big problem, right? So they will say to a random woman, hey, listen, my 5 or 6 year old daughter needs to go to the bathroom. Can you watch over her while she goes? And I have taken strangers' daughters, little white kids, little black kids, daughters, right, into the bathroom, and like I get to the stall and I'm like, are you okay in the stall all by yourself? And they'll be like, yes, I'm okay, miss, and right, and then when they come out, I'm like, did you wipe, did you this? And I'll make sure that they wash their hands. I don't get in there in the touching their business, you know what I'm saying, because I don't know her and she doesn't know me. But I'll make sure, and I'll stand outside of the little stall and I'll make sure she washes her hand, and I'll return her to the dad who's trying to peek in but not peek in outside the bathroom.
I actually have a perfect example of this that I did a video on like a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. But this woman she recorded what you're describing, but it was worse. This would never happen with the man, right? What happened in this scenario would never happen with the man. This dude, this father, had his daughter. His daughter, I think, peed herself, and she was like a little bit older. She was kind of, she was a little old, like where she shouldn't have been peeing herself. But anyway, she peed herself in the car or something like that. She made a mess of herself. Something like that. It was real bad. and they were in a shopping center, and the father pulled up, and he got out, and he just ran up to this woman and was like, "Hey, can you watch her? Not take her to the bathroom. Can you watch her while I go get some, like, I gotta go to my friend's house and get some clothes for her," like something like that. He said something crazy like that to a random woman, and he left the daughter there. And then the woman had the wherewithal. She was like, "This is crazy." She, after talking to the daughter, she was like, "What's your mom's phone number?" And the daughter gave the woman the mom's phone number, and she called the mother, and the mother like raced over there. And then the mother called the father on the way, like when they got there, was like, "Where are you?" And he was like, "Oh, I had to go to Sally's house to pick," whatever, started saying whatever. He still didn't come back. So she had enough time to call the mother at work. The mother had enough time to do whatever she was doing, leave wherever she was leaving from, get back there before he got back. He wasn't even on his way back. And the woman documented all of this. She recorded all of it. It all happened. It wasn't no skit. It really happened. So I don't want to hear, "Oh yeah, men and women, I'm teaching my daughter to be leery of everybody." Like, no, I get that. We understand stranger danger. But you are not telling your daughter to be as weird, to be as concerned with her safety around men. I mean, around women as you are around men. For your son or your daughter, for your children, right? And the reason why that's important for us to acknowledge is because it just speaks to the larger issue, which is the socialization of men and how dangerous men are. And it's so prevalent that you literally can't trust any man, because there's way too many men that are terrible, right? So it's like now becomes like applicable to the general population of men.
All right. Emil has been up here for quite some time and not got an opportunity to say anything. So, Emil, if you'd like to jump in on the conversation, go right on ahead. Okay. I'm gonna send you the invite to unmute. And if we go another few seconds, then I'm gonna just let you down.
You hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go right on ahead.
Okay, we raise our
age?
male child different than we raise our female child.
Can we get
If you
your
had
age,
a male
sir?
son at a certain
Sir,
Pardon
can we
me?
get your age? I don't need like all of the pronouns and stuff. Just the age for TikTok compliance.
I'm 62 years old.
Okay, thank you. Go right on ahead, sir. You got the floor.
Okay, we raise our male and female child different. If your male child at a certain age doesn't get interested in females, we automatically get nervous. Think something wrong with it. But we want our
What
daughters.
age is that? Ish.
I
You
want
can
to
give me
say
a range.
I want to say about 13.
Okay, go ahead.
If we want our daughters to stay pure, we forget that our male child is going to do something. I say we raise our child different. We want a male child to be a certain way at a certain age, and we want a female child. If you believe in your child, your female child should stay pure to a certain age, or till they get married, it should be the same way with your male child. Do you believe that?
No, that's weird.
I don't regulate my children's genitals. I think that shit is weird.
Well,
I also don't care about the sexuality of my children. I also don't care if my children were to be a late bloomer, where they just are not necessarily interested in sex and all that other kind of stuff until maybe 18 or 20 instead of 12, 13. Right?
Well,
Like,
13.
that's
I didn't want to give an age. You forced me to give an age. I didn't want to give an age.
I understand.
But I'm 62 years old. Most people I know, they for the longest. I know a young man. Everybody thought he was in college. He didn't get his first girlfriend until he went to college. Everybody thought that he was gay because he wasn't interested in girls. I could be wrong. I'm glad you corrected me.
Yeah,
and I want to say this.
Yeah, this shit's
Go ahead.
weird. I think, again, number one, I don't care about what the sexuality of my child is. If they are someone that wants to be coupled, and I always say that because there are people, and especially there are women that are not interested in being in relationships at all, whether it be a man, a woman, or otherwise, right? But if they are somebody that wants to be in relationship, I'm only interested in them being in something that's healthy. Like the rest of it doesn't matter to me, right? It could be a boy and he's with a man. He could be with, like my son could be a man and he's with a man who's horrible. It could be a girl and she's with a girl
How
who's
old are you?
horrible. Like I don't want that, right?
How old are you?
Old enough. Old enough.
She asked me my age. Why can't I ask her age?
I'm fine with giving my age. I give it all the time. I'm 45.
Okay. Well, I was raised in a different perspective, and that doesn't have to be just different.
No, you're older Gen X. I'm younger Gen X. It's not a big deal.
Okay, but you said it was weird. It's just different. Different don't mean weird.
No, okay. So I feel that it's weird, right? I feel
Okay,
that it's weird.
that's your opinion.
Right? I'm gonna
Yeah.
say that when you start with that that mindset and your child isn't what you thought they were gonna be, you then end up isolating that child, right?
No.
Do you know that
No.
people in the LGBTQI community have a much higher rate of taking themselves out of this world, and a lot of that is connected to feeling like they're unaccepted by the people that are supposed to love them the most.
But okay, let me say this. I know people that change their perspective when they found out that their child was that way. First they was against it, they accept their child totally different.
Right.
So
That's that window of first they were against it. Do you understand the level of suffering that happens inside of that window and the amount of anxiety that that person had prior to them coming out? Do you
Yeah.
think that the child should have to have that? A child should have to deal with that?
But we have to grow and learn from our experience. We have to grow.
Not
You
at
make
the
a mistake,
expense
you
of
make
our
that you made a
children.
mistake, and move on. Society accepting more things now than they was back there. I was taught I don't want to go into black and white. I was taught there's certain things that black people don't do. Now we found out that we do everything like everybody else. I was taught there was certain things that I just shouldn't do just because I was black. That's where I was raised for the longest. Now I realize that we do everything everybody else doing. It was strong. I was strongly believe that there was certain things that just because I was a black man I shouldn't do.
Like
But
what?
now
Brush
change
your,
has becoming.
like what?
Everybody's
Brush.
everybody.
Like what? Brush your teeth.
Brush my teeth.
What are the things that you're not allowed to do that you felt you weren't allowed to do because you were black? The
Like I
comments
thought
are curious.
Like I thought that we just for the longest. I thought that being a serial killer. I thought that long.
Whoa, unaliver, sir. Just careful with the TikTok.
Oh,
words,
okay.
bro. It's okay.
Unalive. I thought it was just certain things that I don't want to go into. On because I know you got to watch your words, and I don't know no other words how y'all speaking today. But I was that you wouldn't go postal if some came on the radio crazy or TV crazy. It used to be I know a black person didn't do that.
So
Now you can't
let's
say
talk
that no
about
more.
that. Actually, here's the deal. As far as being a random serial unaliver, black. So first of all, this is much more heavy on the men's side when we talk about unaliving people at all, right? At all in any way, shape, or capacity. The likelihood that the serial unaliver is a black man is much slimmer than if it was a white man, because what black men do when they want to seek vengeance and unalive people because they're that stressed out, they come home and do it to their wife. You're much more likely to just kill your wife instead of random people at the Publix.
I don't believe that.
You want the data?
I don't believe that.
Okay.
And it has been. You're gonna shoot me down. It has been when they found out data was false. So there's that. I just don't believe that. Now I'm not gonna say you.
What's making it unbelievable for you? Is it because you know the data and you know that it's wrong, or that it emotionally feels bad for you to believe that? I'm telling. So you are correct in the assumption that if there is a serial unaliving, a mass pew-pewing, right, the chances that the person that did it is black is small, right? There have been there's been a handful of us that have done it. That's true, right? But the greater majority of the people that do that are YT people, right? One of the most famous ones for me, which was one that happened in Virginia Tech, it was an Asian kid that did it. It's also very unlikely that it would be an Asian person. It's most likely to be a YT person. However, that doesn't mean that black men don't get angry, lose their shit, and unalive people. It's just that the person that they unalive tends to be their romantic partner.
Now, okay, now this is gonna sound contradictory. Like I believe that a black man might beat his woman more, but not kill her. I believe that white man would. That's what I was taught. That white man would go out and do crazy stuff like that. Like if I can't have you, nobody else can have you. But now I'm realizing that I don't. I can't believe that. And then you could say statistics all you want. I can't believe that black men are unaliving more than any other race. I just can't believe that. I'm sorry. I can't believe it. I don't care what the statistics say or whatever. Just in my heart, just say I got a. I don't know. This is hard to explain. This is what a person I believe. I just can't believe it.
So do you think that something being in your heart is evidence enough?
Yes.
So what if I said, I believe in my heart that black men ain't shit? Is that evidence enough?
Yes, because some black men ain't shit. Not all black men. So
No,
yes.
no. I believe in my heart that all of you, every single one of you
No,
melanated
you can't
niggas
say
is an
that.
ain't shit nigga. I believe that in my
No.
heart. Is that evidence enough?
No.
So why is it evidence enough for you that black men are not unaliving their romantic partners at higher rates than the other demographics?
I just because okay.
Because
only
it
thing
hurts
I
for
can
you
go
to
by-
think that that's the case, but
no,
it is.
okay. Only thing I can go by is not statistic. Is what goes by is my life and what I have experienced. Through my life experiences, I'll give you a perfect example. I know a young man, his father wasn't there for him. But he's growing, he's a perfect father now, raising his child like he was his father to raise him. He's a perfect father, but his father wasn't nothing.
So boys don't need their father because he was able to
No,
grow up to
I
be a
say
perfect father.
I say because I started out because it take a male, it take a woman and a man to make a child. It also take one to build a certain qualities.
Sir, you just told me about this wonderful story of somebody that you know that didn't have their father and grew up to be a wonderful father.
Right.
So the father wasn't needed.
No.
Which one is it?
Because his father went there, he got an example of father. Maybe man's being around, maybe his uncle or somebody, whatever. It take a father and a woman to make a child. So to make that, so also take them, help that child grow. Certain qualities, no matter what you say. Then this is I'm gonna say this. This gonna go on circles. I'm gonna say this. If you notice, most women on here are saying that they don't need a man. But every man
we
on
don't.
here. Okay, let me finish. Let me finish before you cut me off. You ain't have a man on here that say you don't need a woman.
I agree.
Okay, now. Them
You know why? Because men get more from women than women get from
But
men.
listen,
That's why y'all
listen,
need
listen,
women and we
listen.
don't need you.
Listen, you're gonna learn something. Them same characteristics that you are so against. Okay, I'm glad you find it funny. Them certain, if you quit laughing and listen just for a minute.
I'm sorry. Go ahead and teach me something. Go ahead.
If there's them same qualities that you are speaking against, men are taught that they need these qualities to be a man. A man will do whatever we have to do to get with you. That's the first thing which y'all gotta realize. So I have been taught that these certain qualities that you're speaking against, I need to be a man. So I am being what society has taught me to train me to be. You can't solve a problem until you know why it is. We sit here and talk about all day this problem. If we don't know why this problem exists, we won't be able to solve it. A man has been taught to be a man, he has to be this way. It's wrong. Society we have been trained wrong and taught wrong
Sir.
what a man is.
Sir.
That I agree with
Do
you. We have
you
been
think
taught.
that I should have to experience violence, cruelty,
No, I didn't say that.
unaffectionateness,
No, I didn't say that.
lack of loving because
No, I didn't say
society
that.
taught you to be an asshole?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say
Right.
that.
So, okay. So listen,
No, I didn't say that.
society taught you whatever the fuck it taught you, and now you're whoever
I
you
didn't-
are.
I didn't-
It's not women's
until-
problem. It's not women's problem.
It's nobody's not.
Listen. And women should stay as far the fuck away from you, right?
I don't believe that.
Because it's not our problem. right? It's not our problem. If y'all want to subscribe to the bullshit that men tell you to do, if you want to subscribe to patriarchal norms, if you want to be an unloving, uncaring, unnurturing motherfucker because other men told you that that's how you be a man, that's fine. But women should stay away from you. You're unsafe.
I'm telling you, I'm talking about for the future and moving on. In order to correct it, probably have know why it is. And I'm not saying women should stay around doing it. No, I'm not saying that. No,
We
I'm
know
not
what
saying
the
that.
we
If I
know
show
what the
certain
problem
qualities, in the
is.
first place, they say flag. If
We
I
know what
show
the
certain
problem is.
qualities and you see them in me, you should get far with me as you can. First,
Sir,
if I'm showing certain qualities that you don't agree with, you can move with me as far as you can.
but we know what the problem is, though. We know where it stems from. That's the point. You may not know or be willing to
But
accept it.
I finally, you can't be too honest with people. People can't handle the truth. I finally learned the qualities as I got older, what I should and should not do.
Yeah,
If
it's
I knew
too
what I
late.
know now, this irrelevant. If I knew what I knew now, I would still be with my wife. If I knew what I knew now, did I knew
Which is
Let
what?
me ask you a question.
Which is
Listen,
what?
sir, you are here on TikTok and can't nobody do shit to you. Nobody's going to dox you or send you to jail. Have you ever hit a woman?
One time.
You
And I
know
realized
what,
it was wrong. No
sir?
excuse. I
Let me
realized it was
tell you
wrong.
that I could smell that you hit women through my phone.
Okay.
I could
You can say
smell
that
it through my
now.
phone.
You can say that now, and I could have lied. I could have lied and said no.
We
And I
wouldn't have
wouldn't
I
have
lied and
believed
said no,
you.
'cause I knew you was gonna say that. So I could easily lie and said no. But I was honest. I knew
like
you was
you
gonna say that.
like you
I
told
could
us
lie and
one. I
say no.
put 10 on it. If you tell me one, I'm thinking, you know how y'all do with the women? Like she tell you one body, you put 10. You tell me you hit her one time, I think you hit her 100 times.
No.
I don't
The
care
one
how
time I
many
feel like
times it
100
was.
times.
So let me ask you this. How many times inside of any relationship that you've been in with a woman have you yelled at her, right, with the purpose of scaring her?
Daily.
And when I say this, it's gonna get me in trouble.
You're not in trouble. Just be
Now,
truthful.
when I say this, to be honest, for some reason, until I get mad and upset, people don't respect me. And as long as I be calm.
Oh my God.
Why he laughing? See, that's why you can't be honest. I'm telling him. He said, "Oh my God."
It's okay. Just
Look at my life experience. Every time
don't
I
worry
get
about
calm,
Pub. Don't worry about Pub. Pub
every
Pub
time
is
I get
tired
calm,
because y'all. Pub is tired because Pub is a
it's
man
one
and
lady.
y'all be the out here image, and
It's
that's got to be
one
rough.
lady. It's
Listen,
one
go
lady I
ahead.
met in my life told me the truth about myself. We talking now. You get me being honest.
Mhm.
One lady I met in my life told me the truth about myself when she first met me. You know what she told me?
That you was ugly?
Pub, stop! I be trying to get the men to say the shit. Go ahead. Don't
'Cause
pay
it-
Pub
no,
no
I'm not
mind. You
even- I'm not
talking to
even go
me.
there
You
before.
talking to me. You right here. You right here.
She told me I was a big, scary teddy bear behind all that meanness. The first one ever told me that.
Yeah.
And in reality, I'm really
Sorry.
a punk. Because society said I should be a certain way. I turned that way because society's telling me to be that way. See, the
Sir.
first person ever told me that.
I'm
now,
sure
people
that
might be
that-
listening. People might be listening here. They knew when I was growing up, they thought I was a killer. Now I'm getting. Now you got me
Unalive
talking.
her,
I shouldn't be
please.
talking. Sometimes you talk too much. People thought I was this cold-blooded, mean person. In reality, I'm nothing but a punk. In
Listen,
reality,
I'm not talking about your in reality that you don't actually show in reality, right?
now I done changed. Now
Listen
I done
to
changed.
what I'm asking you because you didn't give me an answer. I
Okay.
asked you, how many times have you yelled at women in
Many
your
times.
relationship with the point of
Many
scaring her,
times.
right?
Many times.
And do you think that that's right?
No, it's wrong.
Do you think that some woman should have
No, it's
suffered?
wrong.
Listen to me. Do you think that some woman, or however many women it was, should suffer that trying to make you a better man?
No, I was wrong. But in my defense, she was trying to hurt me. And all the now I know that she wasn't mad at me. Let me finish. Now I
Did
know
she
last
have a
time I paid
knife?
attention- Pardon me?
What weapon did she have when she was trying to hurt you?
I wasn't trying to hurt. I was trying to. I
His
wasn't going to put it.
feelings. She hurt his
I
feelings.
wouldn't put my hands on her. I was just yelling at her to back down.
You
No,
was cheating on her. She
no,
caught you cheating. You was cheating
no,
on her. She caught you cheating, and you put your hands on her. Be
There you go
honest.
with ignorant ass answer. No.
Listen, this is the
He's so
thing.
silly.
And this, look, arguing isn't great, right? Idealistically, you could be in a relationship and never argue. Unlikely, right? There's a difference between going back and forth in the conversation,
Yes.
right? And going back
Yes.
and forth, even if tempers get flared up, right? But there's a
Yes.
particular type of yelling that men
Yes.
do, and the purpose
I agree with
is
you.
to remind her that you could harm her.
Yes.
You ever punch a wall?
Property damage, right? For the point
Yeah.
and purpose of scaring her.
No.
So you never punched a hole in the wall
No.
through
You
things,
never broke nothing?
Never did what?
broke things.
No.
Okay.
No. I had no need. I'm super. I had no need to lie.
Look,
No.
sir.
And
And go
can
ahead,
I,
bub.
can I ask? I got it. I'm sorry because listening to him, you guys, if you haven't watched it, go watch the Behind the Rage. It's just crazy to listen to. Why does he do that is way more in depth, the book, but like Behind the Rage is just crazy to listen to the men say it out loud. But he just kind of touched on it. So he said that people don't listen to him until he gets upset. So, because it's always about control, right? So if somebody's not listening to you, why is your go-to, and I'm not asking you this now to answer the question, this is rhetorical, this is for the, why is your go-to to become violent, right? Why would it, like if somebody doesn't listen to me, I got a few options. None of them are violent in my mind. The first option is, okay, what are you, to ask them questions, like what are you missing about what I'm saying? How can I help you understand?
I can ask you a question, but you gonna knock it down.
No, you can ask me a question. Well,
you gonna knock
No,
my
go
answer.
ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why.
No, you're right. I'm not going. You're right.
No.
brother.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you why. You ain't gonna believe it, or you gonna say it's an excuse.
Yeah, it is an excuse. But go ahead.
Okay, it's
I'm
an
listening.
excuse. We love violence in
go
this
ahead.
country.
Oh yeah,
It's a
that's an
violent
excuse.
country.
Yeah, that's an
So
excuse for sure.
if that is
No,
the
that's-
case,
that's a-
wait,
that's the truth.
sir. I'm not going to argue that this isn't a violent country and that we don't love violence in this country. All right. What I'm going to ask you this is, how come the women aren't being as violent then, and also
We're
living
not
in the
being
country?
violent to. Don't say that. Women being violent to. Not much as men, but we're not being violent to. I know a relationship with a man. I done seen
Sir,
everything. So whatever.
sir, I'm not saying that there are no women that are violent, right? Because men commit something like 92 to 95% of
Okay.
violent crimes, depending on which study you look at and which year it was, right? So that means that somewhere around 7-8% of those violent crimes are being committed by women. Okay? So there's not zero. We're not at zero. Okay? What I'm asking you is, if it's because it's a violent country and a country that loves violence, why aren't women committing violence at the same rates as men? Why it's not 50-50, 40-60, 55-45? How come it's
I
not
don't know
like
why.
that?
You tell me why, so I can learn something. You tell me why. I don't know.
Because it's your choice. Right? Part of it is
Yes,
men are socialized towards violence. Right? Because part of what it is that you see yourself valuing yourself as a man is violence, right? And particularly violence against other men, violence against women, right? Violence against children. If you can be violent and you can be scary, then you're more of a man. Your dick is bigger, your piss goes further, right? And that's why the second prompt is up there, that women are better off with women, because women are not socialized that way. We're not socialized to be violent. We're not socialized to have to prove that we're the scariest thing in the room so that somebody can validate my womanhood. My womanhood is not validated by how scary I can be. My womanhood, truth be told, in the yucky ways, my womanhood is kind of validated by my beauty. What harm is that causing? I mean, some, but not really that much, right? It might be validated by my beauty. It might be validated by my intelligence. It might be validated by how many people trust me. And as a black woman, my womanhood is absolutely validated by women trusting me and seeing me as a mother type figure or an auntie type figure. My auntiness validates me as a black woman. Right?
I would say that.
Go ahead.
I would say that womanhood. I would say that womanhood, if we're speaking in general, not necessarily like to you or to anybody in particular, but society, aka men, womanhood is validated by the amount of labor you do for men. The amount of labor you do for that will validate your womanhood. What are you doing, brother? Please stop.
No, I don't agree with you.
This conversation is way over your pay grade.
Okay, well, over my head. You can say whatever you want to say.
It's way over your head. I'm not even gonna hold you. I got you. So yeah, women. Why would I listen? You are 62 years old. You just said if I knew what I know now, I would still have my wife. You wouldn't, because you haven't learned anything.
Okay.
I don't believe you. You haven't changed one bit. You're the same old bitter cuss you were 50 years ago. However long ago when that woman did. Is she still with us? When you say she's not here anymore, was that due to you? Your hands did that, or did she leave you?
See, she got tired of my mess. Me being me and decided to leave me.
Okay, thank God.
Leave me alone.
Let me ask you something. How many times did she warn you that she was going to leave before she actually left your ass completely?
I don't know.
Several?
Several?
Listen, slow down, Emil. She told you several times that if you didn't stop her fuck shit, if you didn't stop your fuck shit, she was going to leave. She told you that, right? Several times?
It goes both ways.
Okay,
we'll
so look, listen, you're not gonna go do no both goes both ways, right? Because the lady left you because she was sick of your shit. We're gonna establish that this lady told you she was sick of your shit many times and eventually went ahead and left.
Well,
what I'm asking, because there's a particular place I'm going, I want to get there right now, right?
Okay.
By your means of how you see the world, she should have beat you. Or she should have yelled at you, or she should have scared you, she should have threatened you. Because you said that nobody listens to you until you get scary, until you get violent. But you weren't listening to her when she was telling you, I'm sick of your shit or I'm gonna leave. So she should have hit you, right? So that you would listen, so that you would change, so that you would fall in line, so you stop your fuck shit.
We both was wrong. We both ain't
Nah, you both wasn't wrong. You was wrong.
Okay, whatever.
You beat that woman up. You ain't see what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Whatever. I can't. You can't. Whatever. I can't.
Y'all, we're at two cranes. Y'all know what the cranes do.
Have a good day. Bye.
All right. Bye. Have a nice one. Listen, let's do we're gonna do the quick commercial. It's only 20 seconds, and then we're gonna get to Gladiator. Lord have mercy, save us all.
Now, friends, I know y'all ain't coming here just to lurk. I see y'all in the comment section yapping. Go ahead and get to the damn tapping. Share the live. Why don't you come on and subscribe and join the Peep Squad already? Love y'all, but y'all work my damn nerves.
All right, Gladiator, you got the floor.
What's up, cutie? How you doing?
You sound like you're far from your phone. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, do boys need fathers? Absolutely, yes. Boys need fathers. Because a lot of these single mothers are raising their daughters for the street, and they're raising the sons for the street also. So
okay, wonderful. So listen, let's stay right there.
All right.
So can I advise women that if a man's father had passed away when he was young and he's taking her on a first date and they're getting to know each other and she says, oh, tell me a little bit about your family. And he's like, well, my dad died when I was 3. She should just go ahead and put her bag on her shoulder and leave his ass right there because he didn't have a daddy.
No.
Why not?
At least even if you didn't have a daddy, okay, at least you have uncles.
No, we're not talking about uncles. We're not talking about uncles or older cousins or older brothers. We talked the thing as father. So if that man is fatherless, women shouldn't be with him.
Why do you have to use fatherless for Christ's sake?
Fatherless.
Oh, the father passed away.
Yeah. If he
Why do you have to
passed
use
away,
that?
he's not there.
Yes, if he passed away, there's probably going to be a lot of problem raising them.
So then we should advise women to put their pocketbook on and get up and leave.
Yeah, because women raise terrible children. They raise gang, thugs, and 304s. That's what they raise, single mothers. It's
That's
terrible.
anti-black. You just say that about black people. That's
No, don't say that.
ridiculous.
Stop saying that. I'm a black man. Don't say that to me.
You don't even like black people.
I love black people. What are you talking
Listen,
about?
did you change the diaper of the lady in room 6 like I told you to do last week?
No, don't. Let's not go personal. Stop it. All
It's
right.
not personal. Pub, I don't know
talking
if
about
you're up to date on the running joke that goes on between me and Gladiator. Gladiator in the real world is a CNA, and in the real world I'm a registered nurse. And we had a whole big fight one day, and I told him, you know, in the real world you have to submit to me. If I tell you go change a diaper in
No.
room 6, you better go change a diaper in room 6, or you're insubordinate.
Yeah, I'm working. Okay.
That's
So
why
you
he
can
gets
control me.
online and takes out all of that aggression on women, because at work
Women
he listening to women all day.
all day long.
Got it.
All day long.
So can we get back to the topic? Why are you talking
But
about?
did you
personal?
change the diaper of the lady in room 6 like I told you to do last week?
No, you didn't tell me nothing.
And I told
okay?
you to get
know I don't
vitals
work
from the
with
woman in room 5, and that I needed a blood sugar from the guy in room 7.
you. You know, I'm so lucky that my supervisor is a man, not a woman.
Sir, you're a
don't
CNA.
listen to
Every day
women.
you come in, you don't know which nurse you're going to be reporting to.
No, most
And
of
as
the
a matter
time,
of
my
fact,
nurse
most of the
is
time
man.
you're reporting to more than one nurse, because it depends on how they split your cases.
Hey,
I don't
yo,
like
how
them
much
split.
CNAs make on average?
Oh,
Why
it
are you talking
depends.
about how much we make? Let's go back.
Hold on, man. I'm talking to Yellow. I ain't talking to
What?
you. Damn.
Depending on where they're at and whether they're agency or not, anywhere between like $13 to $22 an hour, depending on experience, where they're working, if they're agency. So anywhere between 12 to 22, like they could literally fit anywhere in there. They said New York is 25.
Okay, so
Listen,
25
listen.
times 40 is
Public, stop.
$1,000. So that's $4,000. $48,000 a year. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Okay, I have businesses. Okay, all right. I have time, so I also have business. Okay, so I live like a king. So
Sorry,
can we go
it's
back
not
to?
$1,000 a week. I think it's $800 a week, right? Wait. 4 times 20. You know, it's $1,000. Yeah, it's
So
$1,000 a week.
are you trying to talk
Nurse
down on the
Health, I saw
CNA
you
right
come off
now?
of mute. Go
Is
ahead
that what
and say what you want to say. Don't be over there swallowing your coffee, acting like you ain't had shit to add. Say your shit. Go ahead, nurse. Go ahead, speak your shit, nurse.
Why do you always do this to me? When
About
I
what?
come
About
up
the
here,
CNA?
you're talking about CNA all the time. Can we talk about the topic? Why are you doing this to me?
Go ahead. Go ahead with the topic. So, are we picking up our pocketbook and walking out for any man who didn't have his father or not?
You talking to me?
No, to Gladiator.
Oh.
Because I don't know what you wanted to add, but I saw you come off of mute. The little light came up, and you just put yourself back on mute. Like, nope, never mind, not gonna do it. Never mind, not gonna do it. So
I didn't want to embarrass nobody. So
no, I'm not. Listen, first of all, I'm never bashing CNAs over here, because I always say that
Me neither. I
CNAs
work
are
with
the
them.
life of the hospital, right? So they stopped calling them CNAs, and a lot of places call them the techs, right? But they're
Right.
the life of the hospital, and
That's true.
I would say the vast majority of complications that have arrived while in the hospital is found by the CNA. The CNA is the one that's going to come to you and say, hey, listen, he's red on the backside and wasn't yesterday. Hey, he knew my name yesterday, he doesn't know it today. He, like, a lot of things that the nurses don't pick up are picked up by the CNAs. So I've never bashed them. I bash Gladiator because he comes in here trying to say that he's the leader of all these women and shit, and I'm like, nah, dude, when you go to work, the women boss you around. That's why it's not on the field. It's very specific to him.
Well, yeah. Well, I was going to say it sounds like he has an issue who's his superior is while he's at work.
I don't have any issue. Why are you talking like a simp right now? Why are you so weak?
Remember, I told you.
It's not
Listen,
about-
I
hold on,
promised
wait.
you that you'd be called a simp today. Welcome.
I know.
I promise you
It's
you'd get called a
cool
simp today.
because it's cool because see, I'm used to this. But the thing is,
Why
it's
are you
not
always on
about
the
being
woman's
weak.
side? Okay,
It's not
talk like a
about what.
man and talk to me.
All right,
Stop talking
let me
like a
talk to you
woman.
like a man. Let me talk to you like a man.
Yeah.
It's not about being weak. It's not about picking the women's side. It's about being fair. That's what it's about. It's not about just because you have a woman that's your boss. And I think this is what you're feeling. You know, people over you at work, which is mainly women, because the medical field is dominated by women. I think sometimes what you feel that because they're your bosses, you have some type of issue towards it, which
I
is
don't have any
normal
issue with them.
because the
It's
average
dominated by
man do.
women because
What's
the
the
women are
average woman?
lazy.
I mean, average men do feel that way, but you
No, I
have to
don't
be
feel that
fair
way.
and know
I'm
where you are in
comfortable.
life. That if you don't
I don't
want that,
feel some
then
type of way. I'm comfortable working with women because most of them are just lazy. They want me to do all the heavy lifting. Oh,
well,
Gladiator,
of
can you
course.
help me lift
But
this?
wait
Can
a
you help me
minute.
do this? Lazy
Look what you
ass
just
women.
said. Look what you just said. You say they want you to do the lifting. They see a man. Duh.
Because they're lazy. They can't even do
No,
their
it's not that
job.
they're lazy. No, the women are recognizing you as a man.
Yes, I'm a
That's
strong
brownie points.
No,
black
nurse,
man.
They're
I'm a
nurse.
strong
recognizing.
black
Oh
man.
Hold on. I
Lord.
don't even want to talk to the aide right now. Let me talk to the other nurse, right? The thing about it, nurse, is different between the male nurse to female nurse situation, right? So, like, let's say you and I
Right.
were med surge, we're working together, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
Right.
listen, dude in room 7, he's like 400 pounds. I need help boosting, right? So we're going to go in there, put him into
Right.
Trendelenburg, and we'll boost him together. Or if I'm lucky, maybe there's
Right.
even a male aide, and I don't even have to do shit, right? But whatever. You can come to me later and say, hey, listen, the lady in room 6, can you start her IV for me? I looked and I can't see shit. By the way, I happen to be phenomenal at starting IVs, right? Like, that's my bag, right? So anyway, you'd be like, yo, Yellow, can you start such and such IV for me? I'll be like, no problem, I got you, right? Or you can come to me later and be like, listen, I really need to hang the IV in room 5, but the dude in 7 is like really going through something. Can you hang my IV and sign it out and whatever? And I'll be like, yeah, it's no problem. I'm actually good right now. I'm caught up with notes and everything, no problem. And I could go hang your IV, sign it out for you, whatever, right?
Right.
There's something I can do back for you because of where we're at. There's nothing for
Right.
me to do back for Gladiator. So when the nurse says, hey, can you go assist pull up the person in 7, there's no return of favor for him. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? So it feels
Right.
different for him because it feels like, oh, you just asking me to lift the heavy patients. Because listen, it's not no start IV for him. It's not no,
Because you women are
there's no
lazy.
hang IV
That's
for him.
why. You're
Right.
lazy.
Okay.
Okay? That's why.
So he's gonna
And I
look
don't
at it
want to
like
talk
I'm
about it.
lazy, whereas you're gonna look at it like teamwork.
Right.
So
Because
why
in the
didn't you
medical
lift the,
field
why didn't you
now,
do the heavy lifting? Why you not lifting the bodies? Why do you have to tell me to do it?
by
Why are you
what?
always running away from the hard, dangerous job?
Are we still talking about the lifting?
Listen, he's struggling with it.
Well, okay, like what you were saying, Yellow, about him feeling like he feel like he's not getting nothing from it, which I do understand because sometimes I do feel like that. Sometimes, and depending on what facility I'm working at, because I work all over. Some facilities I go to, I do feel like that, like what he's saying, like, oh, I'm just doing this and that, and I'm not getting a return. But at the same time, uh, that's not that's not everybody. That's not every female that's doing that to you. So the majority of females that's asking you is looking at you as a man. It has nothing to do by being a PU. You know, I'm not gonna say the word because I don't cuss. But it is not nothing about you being weak as a man. It's just fair teamwork, and this is what goes down in a medical facility because in a nursing home, medical facility, assisted living, group homes, things are always subject to change working in the nursing field. And that's just always, and you can't escape from that. So you can call me weak. That's cool. I'm used to that. But since I've been how I am as a man and being a nurse, it always worked for me, and I never felt played or never felt ashamed of what I did.
Let me answer something in the comments, and it's not a shade response. Virgo said, last I checked, lifting the patient is the CNA's job, not the RN. No, lifting the patient is everybody's job.
Everybody's job.
Cleaning
Right.
the patient
Answer
is
the call
everybody's
bells.
job, right? There's like, if your patient got fucking explosive diarrhea, the nurse is in there, the tech is in there, the nurse's nurse buddy is in there. You know what I'm saying? And we all in the bunny suit. You know what I'm saying? We in the bunny suit. But like, it is what it is. Yeah, I still do. I have no issue with doing personal care, or even helping my colleague that needs help with personal care. If it's a big job, somebody's damn colostomy bag exploded and it's a mess all over the damn place, I'm not going to just be like, damn, glad it's not my patient. I'm going to come in there and help. You know what I'm saying? Like, because again, later somebody else might need help. Maybe later I need help lifting the patient. Maybe I need help doing a transfer. Maybe I need help, whatever the hell it is, right? So it's not just the CN. It should never be just the CNA's responsibility. That's not cool. Yeah. In general, just like throwing that out there. But
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, like I said, I know where he's coming from. If he's coming from the area where he feels he's not getting no help back, then you don't need to go back. If they're not helping you, if they're not doing certain things that you know they should be doing, then you shouldn't just go back. Go get something else.
he doesn't want to. He wants this is a man that says he got a woman over here and 3 wives in Africa and all this other kind of weird shit going
Oh,
on a
God.
CNA salary. And I told you all the time, your wives in Africa are fucking other men. I tell you all the time, your wives in Africa are not saving their vagina for your return. I don't know why you think they are.
Why are you doing this right now?
What am I doing? You
Why-
really think that
why
your
do you
wives in
enjoy-
Africa are saving their vagina for your return?
Yes, all the
They
time.
absolutely are not.
Ain't nobody saving vagina for your return. And you know, oh, thank you, Black Historian. Oh, that's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. But listen, I'm getting ready to get on out of here in a moment. Common sense, go ahead, baby. Go ahead and take the floor, because you've been up here and not got a chance to speak like a couple
You
times.
didn't even let me finish talking about
Yeah,
my
I'm less
problem.
interested.
Okay? Anytime I
stop.
come, you didn't let me.
Okay, you cry, but I don't understand the attention seeking. Anyway, Yellow, listen, my friends have been watching you live in Discord, and they've been distracting me mid game because they keep laughing at the shit that you lot are having conversations about. Like earlier when the guys were up here, right, there was 2 women in the Discord, and they took out their phones and started to listen independently because we were too loud talking over you. I
Hey,
don't know
friends.
how. Yeah, my friends have started to really like you. But anyway, outside of that, I'm proud of you for dealing with that woman earlier, the one at the beginning that was screaming about 50 people or some shit. Like, well done with her, because I don't know what the fuck was wrong with her. Like, something in their head top's not okay.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. And just a reminder to everybody, if you missed any parts of the live and you wish that you didn't, because it's been lit all day long today, we are streaming live on YouTube right now. And probably about 5 minutes after I close the live, it will be uploaded to YouTube and you'll be able to catch whatever parts of the conversation. I understand there was a little bit problem with the audio at the beginning of YouTube. Maybe the first 5 to 10 minutes, there's an issue with the audio. So you could just fast forward past that, and then it's good after that. Yes, the YouTube. Thank you, Keisha. It's YT. The YouTube is Yellow Canary 00. Yeah. So listen, the comment section on YouTube is not lit. The lit comment section is over here. Also, guests are only brought up from over here. But I know that comment sections on YouTube allows you to be more
read everything.
open. Yeah, but at least the recording of the live, like by the time I close out, it'll be up on YouTube like within 5 minutes. All right, I'm gonna start dropping you guys down for closing. Nurse, you got anything you want to say before you go?
I don't know. Maybe I missed it. Did we ever talk about the Christianity does not
Never
benefit
touched
women?
it. Never touched it.
Darn.
But we've been on for 4
nice.
hours already. But tomorrow is Disney Deconstruction. For those of you that enjoy, we literally watch the Disney movie and we make pauses in between to talk about how the things that are in Disney movie has framed the minds of little girls and little boys and the messaging in those movies. So tomorrow at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time, I believe it's Sleeping Beauty that we're watching tomorrow. We've already done Beauty and the Beast. We did Peter Pan. That one was crazy regarding the messaging for little boys. We did Lady and the Tramp. We did, I don't know, there's a couple more that I'm missing. But tomorrow is Sleeping Beauty, 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. Nurse, anything else? Or otherwise, I'm going to hit the closure button on you.
Nah, nothing else. If you on YouTube, I'm on YouTube too. I also have another page and on TikTok
Okay.
called First Time Dad.
Oh,
I just talk about things that becoming a dad for the first time and trying to help other fathers become fathers for the first time.
Okay, cool. Perfect. All right, I'm going to let you go down. Let's see. We got Taylor. Taylor, what you got to add before we go?
I want to add, but the comments in the way. Like I want to read your prompt,
All right.
but
I
the
don't know.
comments in the way. Is there no way for that to happen?
Yeah. All right, so we're going to go ahead and head on out, y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Disney Deconstruction. All right? See you guys in the streets. Be safe. Nurse Health, I will DM you. Yeah. Or DM me. Either way.